Hello and welcome to Polaris 30. I'm Tom Barlow here with Vanessa English. We'll be joined by Dan Strauss a little bit later. We have an incredible preliminary card for you tonight. This could easily be a main card on many shows. Vanessa, who are you really excited to see?
Naturally, I'm excited to see the girls. We have Fran, super flexible, tricky guard against Martyna, Zola. We should have Rosa up there too with Sulame.
Yeah, there's some really exciting matches. Luca Maltese, who just recently had a stellar performance in the European no-gis. Obviously, Pawel, Jaworski, who just had an amazing performance over Tommy Langeker and Espen. So yeah, it's going to be a really exciting night of matches. And then here we're talking about Rosa and Sulame.
Both fantastic, competitors. We're incredibly lucky to have them here on the show. I expect some, fantastic guard work from Sula, but potentially some wrestling and some top game from Rosa.
Yeah, and we have Christian Ozbek on again. We might see one of those takedown master classes for going up against Paul Redmond. Should be a really exciting match. And then finishing off with Kieran and Carson Coles, which is just a great matchup for anybody who knows these guys. Both very, very high-level competitors. It's great to see them up there. So let's throw it over to Michael. This is going to be our first match, Tommy Yip versus Reiss Bailey in the gi.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And halls here in London, England, where we present to you Polaris 30. So now let's get the action started and welcome our first fighter out of the blue corner, Tommy Yip. And now let's welcome his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, Reiss Bailey. Let's get the action started. Our first bout is in the bantamweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall, official weight 63.3 kilos. Representing ZR Team from England, let's welcome Tommy Yip. And now his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. Official weight 64 kilos. Representing New School BJJ Brixton from England, Reiss Bailey.
So I am actually really excited about this matchup.
Me too. I think this is going to be wild.
Yeah. You know, Tommy is a really, really outstanding competitor, just coming off the win in the London Open. but a little bit less kind of known than a lot of people out there. And then you've got Reiss, who just won Masters Worlds in the brown belt. And if you know anything about Masters Worlds, it is a massive competition. So it is a huge, huge win to get that.
I think we're going to see, you know, a lot of movement, and we're kind of stuck in this position a little bit at the moment. But like Tommy, I think really thrives from people who move a lot, and that is you know, what we can expect to see from Reiss.
Yeah, I think the nice thing about this is they are both doing the double guard pull, which is kind of what I'd expect to see. You know, from this division, we're not going to have tons of huge takedowns, but they are utilizing it to come up, to go underneath, to go towards the legs. And here you can see Reiss
coming up to the back.
Yeah, Tommy trying to come up to the back, Reiss going on the leg, and neither one quite accomplishing what they want to. So really nice start. This is pretty much probably how the match is going to go until one person gets to a dominant position, if that happens. We have seen Tommy on Polaris before. He fought in a no-gi match back in 2022 where he lost a decision. It was a very close fight, if I remember correctly. And it was no-gi as well, if I remember correctly.
Tommy come up on top here, looking to clear this this heel.
Yeah, looking to backstep. Nice. Excellent balance on top. Reiss really trying to sweep him backwards. Tommy using that grip on the sleeve to prevent that and then regain top position again.
See, I was waiting for this split movement, which I see so much from Tommy. He was saying about the balance on top, like that guy is a cat, I think,
Reiss
in a previous life.
Reiss is onto that foot a little bit. You can see Tommy holding the collar to avoid it and then spiraling through. Both of these guys have very, very tricky guards. It's going to be tough to get like a solid passing position on either of them.
I mean, hence we see this double guard pull, right? Nobody wants to come up on top.
Yeah, but I actually do see both of the guys coming out from it. They're not because of because there's no points, right? It doesn't matter if they get swept and they can regain top position again after it. So this is, you know, really this is how double guard should be played if we didn't have the points or anything like that. That transition between the back, the top, the leg attacks.
I felt as if Tommy thought about a flying triangle then, a jumping triangle.
Again, Reiss working towards that footlock position. He might be coming up towards the leg drag here if he goes towards the hips, but Tommy doing a great job of sliding through.
I think Reiss just, didn't quite manage to secure the hips there.
Yeah, Reiss had that grip, it looked like on the belt, which means he could just stuff the hips away and not let Tommy get close. Now Tommy throwing the leg over. Nice attempt at that Turiando. Beautiful side-to-side movement. Remember, we're going to be scoring this under the Polaris system that we have here, which is 3 periods throughout the match. And we're just honestly coming into the second. Yeah, you can see that, you know, Tommy is in a great position here. He's got that kind of wedged leg drag position here. And he's got a kind of good control over the hips, but Reiss is doing a good job of protecting that line, making it difficult for Tommy to throw it over. If Tommy gets too excited, then Reiss is just going to slide away and he'll be able to recover back to his guard.
He's quite composed at the moment. He's pulling those hips up.
Yeah. I think the only thing that would be a little bit better for Tommy is if he switched from that belt grip into a gi pant grip. The issue is that if he does that, then he might lose the control. You can see he's trying to do it. The problem with grabbing onto the belt like that, as you can see, Tommy's hands like kind of spins, and ultimately doesn't give you quite the same control.
Exactly.
Now Reiss kind of come up. Both these guys super flexible, so it's very difficult to get in tight on them. You're always going to get a foot thwapping over. You know what that's like, Vanessa. You're in that kind of division. Same here.
I hate it.
Yes, me too. Me too. You just think you're getting somewhere and then suddenly you get kicked in the head. Reiss trying to shut it down using the shin trap. And Tommy into a more kind of like a half butterfly position.
Now here, I would personally rather sort of have my hand underneath that leg rather than towards the lapel. Because this happens, right? The knee comes through there was just a little bit too much gap there for that over-under pass.
Yeah, Tommy, it looks like he's trying to do like a hip drag almost here to come up to around the corner towards the back. And Reiss doing a good job of kind of shutting it down. There you go. You see Tommy kind of sneaking through.
Ooh,
beautiful cartwheel over
pass.
the top. And immediately putting Tommy on the defensive. But again, Tommy has a very, very dexterous guard. It's going to be difficult to pass. But this is deep for Reiss. Yeah, he could be hunting the knee bar. I mean, Reiss needs to make sure that he keeps control of that knee line. If he loses it, then Tommy can throw his leg back over. But this is a decent position for Reiss. You know, that is a decent, it's a good pass to use against people who are very flexible, that diving kind of laying leg drag position. Looks like Tommy's going to switch in towards a squid guard. He's grabbed the lapel, readjusts out of it.
His hand is a little bit caught up though.
Yeah.
Underneath the legs.
It does, yeah. I almost thought that maybe Reiss was literally like
maybe
trying to do it on purpose,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Nice attempt there from Reiss trying to pass, diving underneath again. Pulling him into 50-50. I feel like that's not where either guy particularly wants to be.
No.
Nice Reiss coming up again. Very nice transitions. Reiss in a great position here. Almost getting past. Tries to jump over.
Oh, just missed the hips.
Yeah, I feel like if he hadn't jumped and just been a little bit more, you know,
sort of dived into
patient
into the hip line,
and then smashed the hips down, he would have been in a better position. By jumping it, allowed Tommy to recover. 3 minutes left in this match. Nice pass from Reiss here around the corner. Tommy just adjusts away a little bit.
Tommy used that stiff arm to block it, and I think he's going to carry on kind of doing the same if Reiss doesn't adjust that. What Reiss needs to do here is circle that arm round, but he's managed to get into this lovely...
He's into a good little half-guard position there for a minute. This is a good position for him. He doesn't have the knee in the right position to slide through yet. He needs to turn the knee more towards Tommy's left shoulder. But this is the best position. To me, it feels like Reiss is kind of taking over a little bit. Beautiful pass there. Yeah, this is a tight position, solid position here.
Hearing excitement from the crowd here from Reiss's crew.
Yeah, Reiss doing a great job. Using that grip on the hip to kind of prevent Tommy from regarding. Putting the pressure in the top face. The cross face, sorry.
The bottom face.
No, you don't know that the bottom face is deadly here. Reiss doing a... There we go, inverting out from Tommy. Nice. Really great work from Reiss here. So Tommy again using that lapel. Reiss trying to drag the leg by again. Beautiful job. Pulling him back into space and then passing. Just losing that balance a little bit, getting a bit too excited.
Yeah, very dynamic passing. It's exciting.
Tommy coming up on top. Nice. Reiss driving that knee through the middle again into this over-under position or the shin trap. But Tommy needs to be, if he wants to get this back, he's going to have to be a bit more active. You know, Reiss seems to have kind of slowed down. He's, you know, if this was a points match, he would very much settle into that lead and just kind of hold on to it here, which it looks like is what he's trying to do now. You know, he's very used to that point style of fighting. But it is also on the onus for Tommy to push the pace a little bit. You know, Reiss had the best position so far of this match.
I think it's
nice use of the spider guard. There you go, Reiss aware of the, you know, if Tommy comes up on top, it looks bad for him and immediately just builds back to top position.
Just 20 seconds back on the clock. I think it's going to be very difficult for Tommy to get anything or come back.
Yeah, I don't know how we would score the match. I'm very thankful I'm not a judge.
Yeah, this is a difficult one to score for sure.
Nice movement there from Reiss. Side to side. Beautiful work from both guys. As I say, very happy that I'm not a judge in this situation. it really comes down to like who the judges thought had those first 2 rounds, I would say, and they were very close, so it could go either way. Looks like they're just collecting those scorecards.
Let's have a look at the replay. Here we saw some fantastic balance here from Tommy to begin with, and so much, you know, leg work, leg pummeling going on.
Yeah, very nice job.
Here we go. Here's the footwork. Pummeling.
Yeah, and that was beautiful little passing from Reiss. Great use of the kind of double pull to get on top and into a solid position.
Tommy was also close at the back like a number of times, right? But was just missing it.
Yeah, I feel like I said that the first 2 periods were very, very close, and then it kind of like Reiss, you know, just took over a little bit in that 3rd period, and then once he got that pass, he just held on. So let's send it over to get the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the judges' scorecards, and they see it for your winner, Reiss.
Yeah, great result for Reiss. So in our next match, we have Romao Carvalho versus Muhammed Mustafa.
Let's welcome, fighting in the blue corner, Romao Carvalho.
So, Romao Carvalho, fighting out of London, born in Brazil. I believe he's very much one of the top competitors coming out of shoot fighters at the moment. Been training a long time, black belt, 13 years of experience.
And now let's welcome, fighting in the red corner, Muhammed Mustafa.
So This is Muhammad's second appearance on Polaris. He fought Hejraat Rashid on Polaris 24, lost that match. If I remember correctly, it was a very close match. He's been training 6-7 years and had some great results recently in Nogi Euros.
Let's get the action started. Our next bout is in the lightweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall, official weight 70.4 kilos. Representing Shoot Fighters CR Team UK. From England, let's welcome Romao Carvalho. And now let's welcome his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, official weight 70.3 kilos. Representing Checkmat Essex, from England, Muhammed Mustafa.
So you'd expect training out of Shoot Fighters. Romao would have a good, solid wrestling pedigree. They are one of the oldest MMA teams in the country. Back in the day, guys like Alex Reed used to train out of there.
A lot of tension, like, already. You know how some fighters will kind of slowly come in and try to figure each other out? They are just, like, straight in there.
Looking for those double unders,
yeah.
Try to like shuck him up and get to the body lock.
That was close.
That was very, very close, yeah. Well, I just did a good job of getting head positioning back. Again, switching into it. This is something we've definitely seen in Jiu-Jitsu in recent years. There's a very much a heavier emphasis on wrestling.
Where do you think that comes from?
I think it's just the ADCC becoming more prevalent, and you know, I'm sure you recognize it as well, but the sport goes through different phases. You know, there's a time where, you know, you couldn't play guard anymore because everybody was leg locking, or you couldn't pass because everybody was leg locking you.
Everybody was being in 50-50, just
sweeping
each other offensively.
And it's just one of those things. And they'll probably switch back to something else in a year or two.
Guard pulling will come back.
Nice attempt at the jumping triangle, yeah. Yeah. Onto that arm, like a very interesting kind of like straight arm bar. Using that overwrap into the position. Beautiful transition here. That looks
into an omoplata.
Yeah, and using it to sweep and get on top. Very nice series of attacks there.
That's great. Muhammed just managed to slip that knee in, which kept him safe.
Interesting choice to re-stand up after that, though.
Yeah, after that's...
Nice inside trip.
Beautiful inside trip.
Very good little bit of wrestling.
Romao trying to step over this knee now.
Yeah.
Needs to be a little bit careful of the...
Yeah, he definitely has to be aware of that triangle. If Muhammed can free up that leg, but you know, he's very tight in the position.
Yeah.
Comes up into the knee slide.
We see another stand-up.
No, you see, yeah.
Muhammed wants to play guard again.
Nice little hip switch. Onto the leg, beautiful.
It's like
switching.
Just clearing that knee line.
Yeah, and then coming back up on top. Very fast pace. Really putting Muhammed on the defensive with these positional changes, going from top to bottom. Both guys really battling for the grips here. Muhammed trying to get to that kind of arm drag position, 2-on-1.
Looks as if Muhammad's got quite long legs as well. I can imagine these being quite hard to pass, especially in these types of guards. Like getting past those knees can sometimes be really difficult. And he looks quite flexible as well. Yeah,
it looks like Carvalho's on that double under position. He looked like for a moment he fell back for the leg, and there's that attempted guillotine as well. He's doing a great job of attacking, like mixing up the submissions and the passing. You know, we sometimes see people who are just so one-dimensional, it becomes easy to read their game. They're only ever going to attack the legs. But when you mix up the different areas of jiu-jitsu, it becomes much, much more challenging. So we're into that second period. I would say that Carvalho definitely had the first period. Ooh, jumping into the triangle, into the close guard. You see those long legs coming into play. We're locking up the body triangle.
Do you get jealous at that?
Of long legs?
Of people being able to lock up that body triangle?
No, because when I do it, it's way tighter.
Oh. I just don't do it. I never get the opportunity, unless it's with children.
You shouldn't be body locking triangle. Children.
I don't do that. Really, Tom, I was joking.
I would. Carvalho, just for a moment, working on that behind the back pass. I don't know what the name is for that. I should. Dan would be so upset with me.
Letting us down.
I know.
This is your job.
I try my hardest, but you know, these kids keep coming up with these new techniques. You see Muhammed climbing up high with those legs.
You know, the close guard to pass in the no-gi can sometimes be quite challenging, right?
Yeah, you can see Carvalho's got that knee through the middle now. You see him just pointing out that knee in the middle so he gets the reset, which is what he wants.
Oh, that's so I'm standing.
Oh, that's an interesting reset.
Yeah.
Maybe they might have actually been a reset when nothing was happening, so they've restarted standing. Carvalho does seem to have slowed down just a little bit. That might have just been the position that they were in. Nice head and arm position here. Dropping into the fireman's carry. Very nice. Onto the single leg.
Oh.
Nice job.
That's a lovely little sequence. Very nice.
Yeah. I think that's the thing about this match at the moment. It really is all Carvalho jumping on the guillotine just as I say that, though. I don't think he has the hands locked quite correctly. Carvalho's in, yeah, he's got it. He had the hand control underneath the chin.
This is fantastic. It's been, like, so unpredictable.
Yeah.
You don't know whether they're going to wrestle each other or jump on each other.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we want from jiu-jitsu,
It is
though,
what
right?
we want. Oh, there's this inside trip again.
Beautiful inside trip.
The second time there from Carvalho.
Yeah. And back into the body triangle.
Again, is he going to use the same strategy? It's began to work before with the knee in the middle.
Yeah. It's interesting. He's I'm pretty sure this is an intentional thing, but he's driving Muhammed over towards his coaches so he can hear them better, which is an MMA tactic.
Oh, that was great timing. If he can just get onto these hips now. But Muhammed managed to just pummel his feet in the knees and feet. Muhammad's doing like a really good job of just keeping his feet in the right place, which is making it really hard for Carvalho to progress.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he could be spinning underneath here. Yeah, trying to go towards the omoplata or the burrata plata. Into the oh,
not quite.
Almost.
Slandered Carvalho in a
Yeah.
double unders, pulling him back so they don't get reset.
Yeah, very nice mat awareness and forcing the turtle. Jumping on those hips, really nice. This is a great position for Carvalho now. Just needs to get that other hook in. He's locked around the hips pretty well.
He's got this kind of false hook in here, which really kind of locks him into that hip. Kind of acts like a hook.
It does, yeah. And now he feeds it through and he's into the pure back position. Really digging those...
no mercy.
Yeah. Working on that jaw.
Got a rear naked choke in here, but is it?
Yeah, no, he just slid it up over the head. But, you know, it wears down after a while. No one wants their teeth pushed in.
No.
That is a vicious...
With 30 seconds left, he wants it. He wants the submission.
It looks like he's under the chin as well. Doesn't quite have the pressure, though.
Imagine sometimes, you know, when you get to this far in on the match, you know, your forearms can be burning a little bit and, you know, just makes it that little bit harder to finish. We could still see it.
Yeah, can't quite see it here.
No, he's lost it.
Looks like he's, he's lost the positioning, diving over for the armbar.
Oh.
Really nice performance there.
Fantastic fight.
Yeah. Really solid performance from Carvalho.
From both fighters, I thought.
Yeah.
Let's see the replays.
I mean, this was that initial guard jump.
Yeah, I mean, even this could have finished the match like super quick, right?
Yeah, I mean, Muhammed just did a good job of kind of rotating his elbow out of danger and ended up in the omoplata position. Saw a couple of these beautiful inside trips.
It was jumping, it was wrestling, it was everything you could have wanted from a jiu-jitsu match.
Exactly, yeah, there was literally a little bit of everything. There's that flying guard pass,
Guard pass, yeah.
Nice guard recovery, a back attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, really nice performance from both guys. Let's throw it over for the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the judges' scorecards, and they see it for your winner, Romao Carvalho.
We are going to fully kit out the gym with the best match you've ever seen. Completely upgraded the mat space by about 20 times. Absolutely outdone themselves with everything that they've done. A sprung floor with like best match you can get, Zebra. It's unbelievable what they've done. Honestly, like I've never walked on a mat that's like this before. Cannot wait to watch the reactions of all the fight team as they come in and see it for the first time.
Glad this is it.
It's really special, isn't it?
Sound, isn't it?
The biggest moment of our whole gym's life was at that night for us all.
Can't wait to train on them, man.
So our next match is Gianluca Maltese versus Harry Loseby.
Let's welcome, fighting at the blue corner, Gianluca Maltese.
So Gianluca has just kind of burst onto the black belt scene. He had an amazing run at Nogi Europeans, submitted Gabriel Almeida, one of the top black belts in the world, and then narrowly lost out to Lovato in the finals. This match could easily be on the main card of any show. I'm really, really excited to see how he gets on under this rule set against another tough opponent in Harry.
And now let's welcome, fighting in the red corner, Harry Loseby.
So Harry Loseby may not be as well known to a lot of people, but he is a tough, tough competitor. He's got wins in the British Nationals, Dublin, IBJJF Dublin Nationals as well. Really tough competitor. So it's going to be interesting to see how he matches up, see if, you know, the no-gi experience of Gianluca transitions over to the gi as well.
Let's get the action started. Our next bout is in the heavyweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting on the blue corner. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall, official weight 97.7 kilos, representing Royal Grappling Academy from Venezuela. Let's welcome Gianluca Maltese. And now let's welcome his opponent, fighting on the red corner. He stands 6 feet 4 inches tall, official weight 98 kilos, representing Folkestone Jiu-Jitsu team from England, Harry Loseby.
This match is brought to you by Warrior, creators of the world's tastiest protein bar. Try Warrior Crunch today. So we have Gianluca in the white and Harry in the black, immediately pulling into the close guard, or trying to, as Harry. Gianluca did a great job of keeping that knee up and stuffing it, and then falling back for the leg as well. One of the trends that I've really liked in kind of heavier weight jiu-jitsu is their ability to start playing guard now. It used to be that they never went to the bottom when it was kind of death. But now these guys have got so dexterous, and they've really started to incorporate into their game. So it's not unusual to see big guys now having a really wicked guard game.
And I really like that. I really like seeing it.
Yeah.
I mean, I was going to say, you know, we had a treat earlier with Tommy Yip and Reiss, but you know, these guys, they're kind of showing a a similar skill level down on the.
Very much so. Harry just tying up that belt. Gianluca rolling through.
That foot of John is just kind of on the back. He's moved it now.
Yeah, he's like you can see Harry working towards the back here, using it to come up on top. That's what we're talking about. A beautiful inversion there, forcing Gianluca onto the bottom. Gianluca looks like he's trying to, well, for a moment was elevating into that.
The saddle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, which considering he's just come off for Nogi Europeans, wouldn't be unusual for him to do something like that. They're trying to shoot into close guard. Can't quite manage it. Both guys doing a great job of defending that position.
Yeah. And it's the thing, when you get to a higher level, like, it can sometimes be hard just to close the guard. Yeah. Like
no one wants to be in close guard.
Nobody wants to be in close guard.
See Gianluca now switching in towards the reverse De La Hiva with the lasso. It's going to be a nice sweeping position. You can cross those ankles, knock the person over. This guy's going inside towards a false sweep position with his left leg.
I feel as if he's kind of tricking, doing a little bit of trickery here.
Yeah, well,
like
I mean,
he's placing. Sorry, go on, Tom.
That's okay. He's coming out of Royal Grappling Academy, which I think is a Marcelo Garcia affiliate. So you would expect to have a solid butterfly guard game. Harry just kind of trying to force that foot to the ground, stepping over the leg.
I kind of like this this style of passing these guards. You know, he's got the collar as well, and he's kind of sinks his hips in, which makes it, you know, it makes himself incredibly heavy, right?
Yeah, he's dropped that collar grip now, trying to push that foot away from him. Nice job from Harry. Almost round the corner, picking up. You see there. It's the other thing you see with heavyweights is that strength, forcing Gianluca to turtle.
Great timing there.
And now he looks like he's setting up the grips. It's one of the things that you can do in the gi is set those grips underneath to work for the choke before you get into position. You see he's almost got that here. Now for Harry, he needs to get to a better, like a more secure back position, at least get one of those hooks in so he can start utilizing it. Because otherwise, this is what's going to happen. Gianluca's going to slowly pull out and he'll lose top position.
Yeah. Got a little bit hungry there.
Yeah. I mean, Gianluca did a good job of defending as well and preventing the hooks.
Did. Yeah.
Now Gianluca on top. Harry looked like he's feeding that lapel through again. Now Gianluca elevating into a tripod position. Yeah, you can see Harry's got the lapel around the leg, which is great if he wants to wrestle up over towards his right side, but not so great on this side.
I do sometimes think that's the downside of lapel guards. You know, sometimes they can restrict your movement a little bit. They're, you know, great controls, but I like to be free, Tom.
I know, right? He's in a better position. I can't see if the leg's inside. No, it's not. It's not into the traditional. He does have the lapel X, which is a nice controlling position. You can see him elevate it. He's looking at going towards that saddle position we talked about earlier. Gianluca just rolling through. But now the nice thing for Harry is if he could drive those hips over, it would be in a great passing position. He could punch down with that lapel and look to pass. Nice little bit of self-framing against the leg. Inverting out, trying to catch the triangle of the arm. Harry again feeding into that lapel position.
He's doing a great job every time John moves forwards. You know, he's coming straight underneath.
Yeah, Gianluca doing a really good job of pressuring through. He needs to be mindful of his balance. It looks like he's backstepped over beautifully. Yeah, that's a really interesting way to deal with that lapel position, like completely backstepping out of the leg. Now he's looking at smashing down the hips, standing up,
sliding straight through. That was nice. And I think, you know, that's the kind of thing that you need to do when you get to the higher levels, right? It can't just be like one movement, you sweep them over and then you stop. You know, he went straight in for that knee slide. He didn't, you know, he didn't have the success with it, but...
Has Harry gone back to that lapel again? That is one of the things, if someone is continually lapel, like using that lapel, it does become very, very frustrating.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, and it is tiring actually being in this lapel position on top because your posture is broken. You're continually having to deal with the off-balancing of it, and you're not free to go anywhere.
It's like a worm guard now, right?
Close, yeah. Well,
yeah, it is, yeah.
Again, trying to come up off it. Again, he's looking for that inside Sankaku. Yeah, I mean, really for the worm guard, he wants that. Harry wants that right leg to the other side of the hip.
Yeah, I think he did have it initially, and then Jean like put it through to the middle.
Yeah, this is a good way to start dealing with it.
Yeah. I still think there's plenty of attacks you can use. I was going to say you can go to like knee bars and things from it. Now, it actually looks like there's a trap there from Harry. I'm not sure what he's trying to set up, but
yeah.
I mean, I still sort of play from that guard even with the foot in the middle.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of have to at that point,
Well,
right?
yeah. That's a good point, Tom.
Yeah.
What I meant was I don't mind being there.
Oh, okay.
Like, I'm okay.
Interesting.
You can put that foot into the middle. That's fine.
Yeah, one of the I did spend some time training at Legion and with Keenan, and he said that when people do that, he switches to like a single leg X variation of the.
Yeah, and switches the hands right
Yeah.
from well, left to right or.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
having that leg underneath doesn't actually make
No.
too much of a problem.
No.
Now Harry's using it to come up on top. A great little step out again from Jean-Luca. Problem is he keeps getting tied up back into the positions again.
This thing, you know, with the guard again, with the high level, you just don't
Yeah.
want to. Well, any level, you don't want to be tied up. Once you're tied up, it just takes a long
Yeah.
while to be able to unravel everything.
Harry just trying a real simple little sweep. One of the like first worm guard sweeps you learn, just ripping that leg out and knocking the person down.
I just want to appreciate John's flexibility there. We only
Yeah.
saw it for a moment, but again, for like a big guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, considering, I think they said there were 92
Yeah.
kilos coming in.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah. I mean, this match is, you know, to me, could potentially just come down to who gets this third period. You know, and if Harry can actually get the sweep. You see him
So
really trying to pull it out.
Yeah.
Now Jean-Luc is settling over the hip. Harry trying to roll through towards the knee bar.
Ooh,
Actually,
potential back
he's got the
take
hook,
here.
yeah. By having that lapel tied up, he's almost got the hook. Harry could jump onto the knee bar.
Ooh.
Lets it go.
Little leg drag.
Yeah,
Potentially coming up.
Jean-Luc coming up towards the hips and forcing the turtle.
Maybe a crucifix position here.
Harry
Not
doing a
quite.
great job of resettling back into his guard, though. I think, yeah, he needs to just wrestle up. Nice little cradle for a second there. Wow, very technical match from these guys.
That was great. Very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great to see the big guys like using that guard play more.
Yeah.
And although it wasn't a super fast pace, there was so much happening in that match from a gi purist perspective.
We love the game of sucker for a gi, Tom.
I know, me too. Me too. I can imagine Dan was just having kittens over in the audience.
Let's look at some replays.
Yeah, I mean this is the pass from Harry. It was beautiful. It was probably one of the best sequences of the match, I would say. Just like kind of Hulk smashed his way through, forced the turtle, and then transitioned around towards the back. Couldn't quite secure the position though. He did get the grips for that zipper choke, but then had no hooks. And Jean-Luc did a great job of preventing it. And then the same here again. Jean-Luc doing a good job of
This
attacking
is a great
the hips.
counter, yeah.
And then came up towards the leg drag. Forced the turtle himself, but Harry did a good job of defending. Very, very tight match. Let's throw it over to get the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the judges' scorecards, and they see it for your winner, Harry Loseby.
So Harry gets the nod, just did enough. Very, very close match, though. Really good performance from both guys. So our next bout is Craig Young from Checkmat Essex versus Dinu Bucalet from London Grapple.
Let's welcome, fighting at the blue corner, Craig Young.
So Craig Young fighting out of Essex and Vladimir Neto. First time on Polaris and is looking to put on a show.
And now let's welcome, fighting in the red corner, Dinu Bucalet.
So we've seen Dinu before on Polaris on a couple of occasions. Very, very solid takedown game. Experienced in MMA and very experienced in grappling. Couple of Nogies, Euros, gold medals under his belt.
Let's get the action started. Our next bout is in the welterweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, official weight 76.7 kilos. Representing Checkmat Essex from England, let's welcome Craig Young. And now let's welcome his opponent, fighting on the red corner. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, official weight 77.3 kilos. Representing London Grapple from Romania by way of the United Kingdom, Dinu Bucalet.
So Polaris is sponsored by Timex. A Timex on your wrist is a reminder that time belongs to you. It's going to be an interesting match. As I said, we've seen Dinu a couple of times on Polaris. Very, very solid stand-up game.
If he has a judo black belt.
Yeah.
I was just saying, you know, Craig is obviously confident with his takedowns. Haven't seen a guard pull yet. Little attempt for an arm drag then.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's obviously levels to the takedown game. Sometimes you can feel very confident going in, and then you tie it with the person, and you're like, oh, this was a bad idea.
Yeah, I think I'll pull guard now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dinu looking for that 2-on-1. Trying to duck under that post. There you see, going into it. Nice attack of the guillotine, though.
Very good.
Yeah, it looks like Dinu's in a little bit of trouble.
You can see Craig maybe trying to make some adjustments.
Yeah, Dinu doing a good job elevating those hips. Craig looked like he went to the butterfly hook for a second.
You can kind of see that it's maybe not quite where Craig wants it, because you can see him sort of making the squeeze, taking it off, making the squeeze.
Yeah, you can see Dinu looks relatively comfortable underneath there when he's not having his neck cranked on, you know. There's not a lot of threat. You know, what I mean by that is
yeah.
when you're in a tight guillotine, you don't feel comfortable any of the time.
No, no. I mean, sometimes, you know, when you're not like really close up like we are right now, or when you're not in the position, like you sometimes can't quite see what's going on there.
Yeah. It looked like Craig asked if it was tight or not, and Dinu was like, yeah.
It was all right.
It was okay. Nice transition towards the legs here.
Oh, lovely inversion.
Yeah. Trying to come up off the bottom. Dinu's now, Dinu's trained in a lot of different places. He's now training out London Grapple. So I'm sure he's very, very well versed in the leg locking game. Oh, Dinu pulling guard. Maybe using it to wrestle up. One of the nice things about wrestling up off the bottom is it allows you to close the distance when you're passing much easier. If you're in a takedown situation, sometimes it can be challenging to get past those shins. With the wrestle up, you're already there pretty much. You're on the hips and you can connect a lot easier. In one of the squads events, I think it was Brazil versus America, that was the tactic they switched to and it worked incredibly well. Dinu switching over to the omoplata. Just pulled out.
The no-gi omoplata is always a little bit more difficult.
Dinu catching that back leg, going towards the hips. Needs to be careful of the knee bar here. Nice position. Dinu now trying to squeeze with that arm triangle, but you know, Craig did a great job of stuffing it. Craig stepping over, sprawling. Dinu up underneath. He could Turk him, come over the top. Nice job from Dinu. And then pressuring in heavy. Dinu's still looking like he's going for that over-under. Switches to the body lock. Stepping over that leg, yeah, switching the hips. Beautiful work from Dinu. Getting into the tight half guard underneath the elbows.
Slowly inching up higher and higher.
I mean, that was like the perfect example of how you kind of creep your way up the body, right?
Yeah.
Body lock, over the leg, slowly up into a tight half guard. And now he's going to work his way underneath those forearms. Craig doing a good job of just kind of framing against the head, trying to keep it away.
And these are the little fights, right? Craig, Dinu on top, like trying to get his head underneath that elbow towards the tricep.
Yep. How would you be looking at defending this, Vanessa?
From the bottom?
Yeah.
Oh, obviously, from the bottom.
I wouldn't try and defend it from the top.
That'd be weird. I've had too much coffee now, Tom. I mean, to be fair, kind of trying to get that head away.
Yeah.
Trying to turn my body, like I don't really want to be flat on the ground. I'm possibly trying to put a butterfly hook in maybe, which I think.
Yeah, he's just done that now.
Yeah, yeah.
Dinu's now gone up into this head, this kind of very tight, high position, which is what we're talking about, and he's now into like a tripod pass. It's a good, strong position for Dinu. Just needs to be kind of patient. And you see him get that high position with the legs, and he's looking at stepping over Ala.
I think he just
Joseph
missed it
Chen, who kind of made this very popular style. But very nice recovery from Craig.
It's nice. I think he just missed out from not having that establishing an underhook.
Yeah, and he immediately goes straight back to that body lock. The nice, thing about years of wrestling and like clinch work and things like that is going to make your body lock very, very strong. You know, it's the same muscles that we're utilizing in it.
I like how Craig has his head just underneath the chin. Makes it very difficult for Dinu to sort of come back into those body lock positions. But he's straight back on it. Just as I said it.
You know, it's a very wearing style, right? It takes a lot of energy to keep defending these positions. You see Dinu now is all the way through with that double unders. Beautiful work from Dinu. And the nice thing is, because he spent that time working through the pass, Craig's going to be that little bit more tired now in the positions. Looks like Dinu's already considering the boogie choke and the defense from there as well, framing against the hip, switches to the das. This is something that I know Dinu's very, very good at it from this position. You can see him circling, forcing him back to the ground. Nice scrambling there. But now Dinu's switched to the opposite side, utilizing the chin strap. Again, he's probably going to look to set up that das grip. Oh, might be sitting off towards the guillotine or towards the back. Chasing the hips. Into a crucifix. Nice. And is he underneath the neck? This is a beautiful work from
Very
Dinu.
nice.
Like, absolutely beautiful jiu-jitsu. Getting that one-arm choke. You can see Craig is uncomfortable.
Oh, there's an armbar there.
Oh, and he got the tap.
Yeah.
Beautiful work.
Very nice.
Yeah, I mean, that was an excellent performance from Dinu. Just very, very solid jiu-jitsu, playing to his strengths.
Let's watch some replays.
So this is the initial guillotine. You can see from this angle that Dinu is like, his head is a little bit red, but you know, he's mostly okay from that. Interesting that Dinu went to the bottom and pulled guard into the omoplata. Yeah, and then this is right at the end.
Yeah, here's where we saw the crucifix. I mean, we didn't really even notice that armbar.
Yeah, honestly, I was more focused on the choke. I was trying to get that. I didn't see the angle. But yeah, it was a beautiful attack from Dinu.
It was great.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner by tap out due to a rear naked choke, Dinu Bucalet.
When you fight for a position and you've cleared that position, you shout the word reorg. And you all come together in all-round defence. No matter what's just happened, like good or bad, you move forward with a positive mindset.
Reorg to me is about belonging and helping people that are in a bad place to get to a better place through shared hardship, you know, on the mats and off the mats.
And that was it for me. That was like, that's it. Reorg. We're going to come together and we're going to move forward using jiu-jitsu to a better place.
Passing on, I think, knowledge and experience to people that need it and helping as many people as we can.
So our next match is Steve O'Keefe, fighting out of Europa Jiu-Jitsu versus Norbert Novenyi from London Shoot Fighters by way of Hungary.
Let's welcome fighting out the blue corner, Steve O'Keefe.
So Steve O'Keefe, 38 years old, been in training since 2010. Been a little bit inactive recently due to injuries, but I feel like I remember him being very, very active in his younger years.
And now let's welcome fight in the red corner, Magic Norbert Novenyi.
So Norbert Novenyi, currently quite an active MMA fighter, recently fought on Bellator. Has done some grappling as well, has won NAGA two-time UK champion, competed in the FILA World Grappling Games. apparently has been training since he was 2.
Let's get the action started. Our next bout is in the light heavyweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, official weight 92.2 kilos. Representing Europa Jiu-Jitsu from England, let's welcome Steve O'Keefe. And now let's welcome his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 6 feet tall, official weight 92.4 kilos. Representing London Shoot Fighters from Hungary by way of England, Magic Norbert Novenyi.
So I kind of expect this match to be quite a wrestling-heavy affair. Typically when we have the MMA competitors on here, they tend to never want to concede bottom position. And as I'm pretty sure both these guys have some extensive MMA experience, that's what we're going to see. Nice, beautiful Uchimata though. Well, that's a good position to be on the bottom, you know, being in that kind of knee shield position, can potentially work the wrestle up from there.
It looks like Norbert is coming around. Oh no, I was just about to say he's starting working the crossface, but
yeah, he's really sprawling heavily against those legs and trying to pummel over the top. Obviously, we have a couple of major MMA competitors on the main card. Carlos Condit facing Michael Venom Page. Should be a very interesting match.
It's going to be exciting. Norbert was trying to get through to the side control there, but Steve was just managing to keep a hook in.
Yeah, it really is kind of coming down to Steve's feet at the moment. Like Norbert's done a great job of smashing the hips down, and he's locked that waist off with the grip. Really nice head positioning, pummeling into the body lock as well. I expect him to try and windshield wiper his feet and staple the legs.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, straight around to side control.
Potential back take here.
Yeah. And see, Norbert looks very calm in this position. I guess no one's actively punching him in the head, so that's probably a good thing.
Looking up to set the gift wrap, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, he was using the kind of stocks position. Something I really like to do to force people to turn away or give up the gift wrap. You can trap that top arm. Yeah, you see him kind of punching the arm down. Yeah, nice. They're going back over the top.
I feel like he's going to set things up and coming away again. He must be feeling some kind of movement in Steve. That
I mean, Steve is like a very stocky guy. There's not a lot of space in those positions.
No.
You know, it can be challenging to fight someone like this who just doesn't have kind of good handles, I guess, is the way to describe it. Although Norbert has done a good job of getting into the seatbelt now. And it looks like Steve's main route for escaping, or the one he's trying, is to kind of go belly down and wrestle up from the bottom.
Oh, maybe a triangle attempt here.
Back into the seatbelt again. Steve just doing a good job with his frames, keeping that hook from getting full control. And now wrestling up. Norbert driving that knee underneath.
Possible back take here.
Yeah.
If Norbert's going to roll back, trying to find the wedge on the feet.
Yeah, Norbert needs to be careful, not giving up that top position. I'm sure he's very well schooled in that, because obviously we don't want to give up top position in MMA. And you know, he is working with a very, very solid MMA team in London Shoot.
I mean, there's quite a lot of gap there, but Norbert does have very long legs, so it could be.
Yeah, he's got that first hook through, but again, Steve's doing a great job. When he gets the hook through, he just clears it very effectively, keeps hiding this position. Unfortunately, that's not going to win him the match if all he's doing is defending and preventing, Norbert from getting anywhere. So he needs to figure out how to use this to get to some kind of offensive position.
I mean, sometimes on the bottom turtle, it's about just making enough movement so the person on top kind of overcommits sometimes, right? When somebody's really good at attacking.
We saw that in our last match.
Oh, a possible tap here.
Just cranking on that neck, forcing Steve to tap.
Who needs hooks anyway?
Yeah, who needs hooks? They're only for decoration. Really solid performance from Norbert.
Let's go to the replays.
So that initial start of the fight, Steve started the arm drag to inside trip, and then just beautiful. Yeah. And then this was really the match. Like Norbert, once he got into this kind of upper body position, started working on it, and then just cranked the neck viciously. Really solid performance. Let's throw it over to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner by tap out due to a rear naked choke, Magic Norbert Novenyi.
So our next match is Sam Gibbs fighting out of Grapple Collective and Rashid fighting out of the ZR team and GB Top Team.
Let's welcome fighting the blue corner, Sam Gibbs.
So Sam Gibbs, this will be his second appearance on the Polaris stage. With his first match, he beat Nathan Kay. Very energetic grappler is the way that I would describe him. Loves a lot of movement, loves scrambling around, and it works very, very well for him.
And now let's welcome fighting the red corner, Hejraat Rashid.
So again, this is Hedge's second performance on Polaris. He beat Muhammed Mustafa, who we saw earlier in the card via heel hook. Hedge just won Nogi Euros in brown belt featherweight, which again is a very, very tough tournament to win. It's become very, very popular. And that was a very deep division, so it'll be great to see him on this stage and see how he comes up against Sam.
Let's get the action started. Our next bout is in the lightweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, official weight 70 kilos. Representing Grapple Collective from England, let's welcome Sam Gibbs. And now let's welcome his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, official weight 70 kilos, representing ZR Team UK and GB Top Team from Afghanistan, Hejraat Rashid.
Oh,
nice.
straight in for a single.
And then,
ooh.
Well, Vanessa got very excited. Shooting in the single and then pulling to the leg lock. Very exciting start for Hedge.
Wild.
Yeah.
I'm liking this already.
Yeah. It's interesting. Sam does normally keep a very, very fast pace when he is when he's competing, but it is Hedge who's come out the quicker.
Oh.
Nice. Hedge
Switching
working toward that
possible guillotine.
Switching off from almost towards the Darce here, trying to trap that arm. You see Hedge kind of pummeling his leg over the top. That's going to allow him to transition the grip. Sam looks like he's done a good job of kind of starting to defend this.
Just slipping these hands inside, using these as frames to stop Hedge getting around his head.
Yeah. And now starting to free up the legs. Good defense from Sam. Hedge not letting him quite get out, though. Hedge might try to... He's into the head and arm position. Can use this to chase the back now. Sam did a good job of pulling on that foot, which makes it hard for Hedge to turn the corner, which is what he needs to do. You see Hedge trying to punch that grip a little bit deeper. Yeah, Sam kind of stripping him off his back. Good defense again by Sam.
Oh, rolling back take. That was beautiful.
Nice, pummeled that hook. Yeah, really amazing start from Hedge here. Switches off to the body triangle.
Yeah, there's my jealousy right there.
Yeah. Sam trying to get his shoulders to the mat. But the inside hook that Hedge has set up with that body triangle makes that very difficult. He needs to first clear that and then clear the body triangle, as in almost like an extra line of defense.
Yeah. Hedge also has that arm trapped as well, which means Sam only has that one arm to defend.
Yeah.
I mean, the downside of having that body lock, I guess, is that you can't trap that second arm.
Yeah. But this makes it so challenging to escape.
Unless you're Ellis Younger, who will
that's true,
see you later.
Yeah.
Possibly do that.
Yeah, Ellis has just the longest legs. Hedge seeming very comfortable in this position.
I think we're trying to go for a wrist lock.
Yeah, I mean, I would utilize it in all honesty.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, why
use
not?
it to create some movement, although Hedge now dives on it. And it looks like, yeah, he's got the strangle.
Excellent work.
Excellent performance from Hedge.
I think that's called karma when that happens after going for attempting a wrist lock.
Very good performance from Hedge, really dominant.
And let's see some replays.
Yeah.
Both shooting in for a single, right?
Yeah, Hedge just did a good job of stuffing that head, diving over for the guillotine straight away. And really forced Sam to defend and eventually give up the back position.
We saw a really beautiful rolling back take for Hedge to get into this position as well.
Yeah.
There
and then, he just dived on the chin, went for that mandible strangle, and got the submission.
Mandible strangle, I love that.
Yeah. Let's throw it over for the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner by tap out due to a rear naked choke, Hejraat Rashid.
Our next match is Francesca Lana versus Martyna Zola.
Let's welcome, fighting the blue corner, Francesca Lana.
So first up onto the mat, Fran Lana, swimming teacher by day, brown belt on jiu-jitsu by night, I guess. Training out of London Grapple.
And now let's welcome, fighting the red corner, Martyna Zola.
So Martyna Zola, coming out of 10th Planet, bronze at Worlds and at Nogi Europeans. Saw her on the Polaris stage against Rosie Clark, which I believe a match she won.
Let's get the action started. Our next bout is in the flyweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She stands 5 feet 4 inches tall, official weight 54.7 kilos. Representing London Grapple from Italy, let's welcome Francesca Lana. And now let's welcome her opponent fighting out of the red corner. She stands 5 feet 1 inches tall, official weight 55.5 kilos. Representing 10th Planet London from Italy, let's welcome Martyna Zola.
Very excited to see this match. I was kind of expecting Fran to pull guard. She's got very sticky feet, very flexible, deceptively strong as well.
Yeah. I mean, Martyna said that she was expecting her to pull guard, so I'm sure she's trained for this. Looking for that leg drag is Martyna. Martyna is one of those people who is actually very strong as well.
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah. Like athletically strong, which is very important though. Fran's doing a great job of tying up that leg.
Trying to attack the knee bar, but I think the angle just isn't quite right there.
Martyna might be going to an steamer lock here.
Oh, kind of coming out the wrong,
going to the wrong side.
And Fran coming up to the top.
Interesting. Into that knee slide as well.
She
Pretty
needs to get
deep.
this underhook though, otherwise Martyna's going to come
I
round to
mean,
the back. But she's dealt with it. Sorry, Simon.
It's okay. I mean, you'd expect from 10th Planet London. Beautiful attempt at the back take. Nice positioning from Fran.
Right, Fran could really do with like getting Martyna to flat to her back now.
Yeah.
But Martyna's doing a really good job of like controlling the arm and stopping Fran from getting that crossface.
Yeah, and she's now back into the knee shield. Cutting through to the knee slide again. Fran using that to come up towards the leg, onto the single leg, but shows the back. Beautiful transition.
Lovely.
Nice job from Martyna continuing the transition though, and almost getting out of position. She could get top position here, because there's not a particularly tight head and arm position she's in.
Oh, is she going to come to the mount? Possibly with a head
Yeah,
and
nice
arm
job
choke.
from Fran. Looking like she's trying to readjust.
I think I saw Fran said that she was coming in with her feline energy, which I respect.
Interesting. Yeah.
I think she's done just that.
Looks like she's going for that that double under position here. That makes it very, very difficult to escape. You can see that Martyna's stepping on the feet to break that grip.
This is what I like about that low mount position as well, when the legs are crossed. Compared to like the grapevines that we can sometimes see, it's much harder to break. It kind of keeps the person's legs busy, right, as you can sort of start climbing up to the top.
Yeah, that's one of those things that as you get better, the grapevines become less kind of practical.
Yeah.
Particularly if someone knows how to defend them, it can be really painful. But nice, the mounted body triangle is horrendous to be in. Fran's doing a great job of just kind of slowly kind of wearing down. Again, she's using that
calf Nelson position.
Yeah, I really like this this wrist grip. I think it's one of my favorite grips at the moment, to stretch the person's arm out. And then combining it with that half Nelson as well can give up the back.
Yeah.
Particularly if I prefer to, I use the fist on the ground because it gives me my wrist like better structure.
Interesting.
Yeah, nice. Martyna doing a great job of transitioning here. And Fran's still around towards the side. Now Martyna stands up. Nice job getting those knees in. Nice.
Trying to slide that knee in to make herself bigger, put pressure on this closed guard.
Yeah. The most common thing you see here is the person drop towards the leg. So if you can kind of anticipate it and then potentially kick your leg free, you can deal with a lot of these situations there.
Oh.
Into the calf crush. She should use that calf crush to kind of like tighten it up a little bit. Martyna again momentarily looking like she's going to a steamer lock. Nice, Martyna dragging the leg, yes. Very nice leg drag. Can't stabilize, though.
Sometimes that position can be really difficult with, again, like a steamer lock. She's wanting it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in game for that.
Yeah.
Again, here, this could, she could potentially be using like a matrix-type position. But it doesn't look like she's transitioning the shin behind to go for that. And then Martyna's working on the foot again.
Yeah.
Again, looks like she's potentially going for the toe hold, and Martyna's jumping on that foot again. If I was Martyna, I'd look to regain my top position and start passing. Nice, just stiff arming, jumping on the arm momentarily. But it does look like Fran is starting to slow down a little bit, whereas Martyna is now starting to put a lot of attacks into place.
Coming round to the back.
Yeah.
Martyna really needs to get that underhook.
Well, yeah, Fran needs to pummel her other hook in to get to that baby bolo position. Potentially she could jump on the leg again, go for the knee bar. Nice, Martyna working her way around, Fran doing a good job of recovering.
These leg drags, they can be really hard with women, you know, because they can really open their legs out and create a lot of stability in this position, especially if you're flexible.
We have that other option that you often see like Espen do, for example, where you switch the far hook across and then dive around towards the back.
Yeah, she's going to have trouble as well. Fran is holding onto that foot as well, which is making it hard for Martyna to actually like lock that leg down to the ground.
Yeah, and if she's looking to repummel, Martyna dropping onto the foot
coming
again.
Into the foot again.
But I don't think she's quite getting the control. Martyna should rebuild to the top position. She's doing a good job of threatening from there. And now Fran is sucking that leg through towards the knee bar. When she gets control of that knee, it's going to be a good thing for her.
Another attack from the foot from Martyna.
Yeah.
3 minutes 30 to go. You're almost into the last period.
A lot has happened already.
Yeah, I mean, that was that middle period really was very action-heavy, right?
I kind of had to look at the clock thinking, hang on, how much time do we have left? We have 3 minutes left.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think at this point it could be 1-1 in terms of the periods. You know, I definitely think that Lana had that back control. But this period has really been Fran attacking the legs, trying to pass quite heavily. Now jumping on the arm, can't pull it through. She doesn't have control of the elbow. But again, it looks good in the judge's eyes, right? This is all defending. Trying to drag that leg. Nice recovery there from Fran.
Just again, you know, if you can't trap that leg properly, it's very hard to get that leg drag with people who are very flexible.
Yeah, looks like she's just trying to smush through it. Which, you know, I'm in favor of a good smushing every now and again, you know, but...
For sure.
Nice readjustment there from Fran. Martyna back on that foot again. Nice, and going towards that. I think almost it might be better for her to go towards the knee bar versus trying to drop that leg in towards the kind of calf crush position. Because, you know, Martyna is keeping her leg very straight.
Okay, guard situation.
Martyna again trying to drag that. Looks like she's potentially trying to use that steamer lock to set up the drag. Fran backstepping over, sorry, Martyna backstepping over. Diving for that toe hold. Couldn't quite get it though. Grip slipped off. Just about 90 seconds left in this match. Coming up. Martyna just forcing her way through.
Yes, Fran could really do with getting to a strong guard at this point because, you know, Martyna's moving and, you know, you can tell she's physically strong.
Yeah.
Fran's starting to, you know...
It's getting a little bit slower, right?
Yes.
Her recoveries aren't quite as good as they were.
Yeah. She needs
to get
you know,
she's been folded in half for like nearly 5 minutes at this point. I don't think my recoveries would be there particularly good at that point either.
No.
Nice bowing off to the backside 50-50. But again, Martyna doing a good job just defending the legs. We see Fran just slow to come up off the ground, and then Martyna just dropping those hips, forcing the turtle, coming into the armbar. Oh my goodness, she's actually got the arm and the elbow. Fran doing I think she got the tap. Wow. Great performance from Martyna, particularly after facing such adversity in that first period. You can just see how tired Fran is at the end. That was such a high pace.
Let's see some replays.
Where do we start? I mean, I think this was right at the start. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was pretty early on. Yeah, so Fran really made a beautiful transition to the back here. Just managed to lose control after trying to come up to the mount and getting to the head and arm triangle. Loads of beautiful transitions, using K-guard, matrix, to try to come off to the back, try to fight towards the left. Martyna relentlessly going for the footlocks.
I mean, that was really kind of the story at the end of the second half, or 2/3 of the match, right? Just attacking the legs, stacking passes, and then she managed to snag the armbar. She tried it a couple of times before this, and then finally got that last one. Let's throw it over to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner by tap out due to an armbar, Martyna Zola.
So just at the beginning, we're doing some warm-up drills, basic arm bars, triangles, escapes, bailouts, and then positional work, escaping back anacondas, finishing double legs, single legs, just basic stuff, some basic reverse ninja chokes, nothing too technical. We're going to get the guys position sparring, and then obviously we start working out the mistakes in those position spars and then correcting them. I think when it comes to Carlos Condit, he's obviously a Hall of Famer. He's a great fighter. Old school, great fighter with good jits, good butterfly, good arm bars, good triangles. You can see the way he plays his game. He's he's got a real nice flow to how he works. And so is Michael. So it should be really fun. I think ultimately it's going to be a matter of who's competition ready, who's got the right game for competition, and that's the key to all of this stuff. Obviously we're going to try and catch each other, but generally speaking, he's been out of competition for a while. Obviously he's been working on his jits, and Michael's been in competition and working on his fighting. So it should be a real fun match. We're going to fight now on back, okay? When the guy gets your back, 100% fight.
Yeah, it's a great session, man. It's tough guys. Christian Ozbek, Mr. Wizard. Norbert Novenyi, my little brother. These guys, Derek is a cheerleader for us. Yeah, we got Derek Chisora as a cheerleader. Like, what you got? Huh?
Go Michael! Go Michael! Go Michael! Go Michael! Derek! Oh, Michael's here! Fuck out here, nigga, shit.
Well, yeah, man, it's a solid team, solid work. We've been going to various other gyms as well.
So you've been at
Los Banditos, the guys down there are exceptional. Absolutely exceptional at, obviously, jiu-jitsu. Some of the best in Europe. And I have the privilege of working with them. They've allowed me in their space, teaching me stuff, and it's helping. So it feels good, man. It feels good. This is what I wanted to do. I wanted to take some time out to just focus solely on my jiu-jitsu. Obviously, we do jiu-jitsu, we do wrestling, but everything for me is very much specific to an opponent. We do it like just by itself as well, but I haven't just dedicated just all this time to simply just doing this, and it feels good because all the things that I've been doing before, starting to remember again. So my sensitivity's going up, and obviously, as most people can see in my fights, that's an area that I just need to not have the same thought that I normally have. I think I have too much conscious thought while I'm fighting in jiu-jitsu. Obviously striking, second nature, but this is what I want this to become, second nature now. So that's why we're doing the work with these beasts here. So looking forward to it.
I'm competing against Michael Venom Page, MVP, guy who I'm a big fan of. I'm excited to compete against him and not get punched in the head, but still get to go toe-to-toe with him. It's been about 12 years since I competed in London. Last time I put on a show. Guy like MVP, hometown boy. I'm excited to go in there and show the crowd, show everybody what I've been working on.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, the Turkish area.
Oh, he's coming. Oh, they're coming here.
I mean, they sent me a couple messages.
You got camera's coming.
Do you do any anesthetic?
Oh no, I train all over Albuquerque, man. We have a fantastic community. I'm kind of a Ronin these days. I go to different gyms, train with all my people that I used to fight with. They're kind of spread out throughout town, and I get a lot of different looks and a lot of good training.
And then the next day on fight day, I went into the cage at 165.
Didn't understand the rule set.
So I
asked me and told me that you were get tapped. Well, just make sure that I don't want to step on your toes.
No, by no means. They asked me several times. I was like, oh, of course. Yes. I cannot. I feel better to take me down.
Well, I mean, he's an active fighter. He's going to be in great shape. He's fast, he's agile, he's more of a striker, but I'm sure that he's going to be working on his jits for the match, and I think that, it's hard to game plan for it because, we haven't seen a whole lot of his jiu-jitsu, his grappling, because he's, mainly just murks people on his feet. So, I just got to go in there and stay versatile and do what I do.
You feel really good about yourself after.
How you so happy? Are you Weston?
Natty, baby. Natty daddy.
This guy's on steroids.
Natty daddy. But thank you for asking. How much you weigh now?
Oh my God. Okay, that's here.
I'm same as you right now?
193.
No.
195.
Are you actually?
Yeah.
Damn, that's wild. We're the same size now, Carlos.
Yes.
Well, I'm retired from MMA. I feel like I'm gonna do this shit, do jiu-jitsu the rest of my life, whether I'm competing or whether it's just for fun. I'm in it. So the opportunity to compete against a guy like MVP came up, and I jumped at it.
I'm excited to be on Polaris. This was my first time after trying to be on Polaris for years. I've always had messages back and forth with the people at Polaris trying to get onto their card. I've had messages from them where, like, schedule-wise, things just didn't work out, and I'm pretty thankful now to be on the card. I see Polaris as one of the better super fight events, one of the more professional events, and one of the events that brings in people from MMA and the MMA side of things, retired fighters, current fighters, active fighters, and I think that is a huge thing and can really help our sport and blend our fan base with a fan base that's far, far bigger than ours. So yeah, I am excited to be on Polaris, and everybody who has been on Polaris has told me about the quality of the event, the quality of the production, so that's always something I enjoy being a part of. Ellis is super tough. He might be a little under the radar to some people, especially in America, but in Europe, he's a household name. He's probably one of, if not the toughest dude from his region. He's a tough grappler. He has a very different game compared to most people at my weight class. You see people at my weight class are wrestling heavy and open guard heavy. He's more of a half guard, underhook half guard player. and passes pretty close with body locks and things like that. He also has a really long frame, so I'm sure it allows him to attack submissions and different attacks that guys in our divisions probably might not be able to do the same way. So I know he poses a lot of issues, and you know, being from the team in the region he's from, they're tough people. I know he's going to be tough to submit. I know he won't be easy. He's not going to be somebody who like rolls over and dies if I get in control of him or I get to a good position. So on top of his unique technical skill set, I think he'll be pretty tough as well.
Anything else you guys are feeling?
The pressure doesn't really get added. I know, I saw when this match was announced, and I know when they asked me about it, that this would be a match that Ellis would be champing at the bit about, because this is a chance to get him to springboard into the top 10s and the top 5s. Whereas with me, a lot of times I'm been in that ranking for like 4 or 5 years now, maybe even more. So we're in very different places. We're in very different rankings in the sport. So for me to say that it puts pressure on me would be me saying that like that pressure's been on me for a long time. So I feel like I can deal with it pretty well. I have a good idea that if I go out there and shit the bed and lose this match, that it'll be huge headline news, but that's not really where my mind's at. My mind's really on just like dominating Ellis and beating him and not giving him a chance to get into the top 10, to be honest.
He can either get back to his guard or back to his feet. My goal obviously would be to stop him and take it back.
Against him specifically, I'd say my best weapon or my most useful skill set would be my passing. I think I can really shed holes in his game and shed some light on some holes in his game through my passing, through my speed, through my pressure on top. It's 10 minutes, so it's not a super long match, but it's a long enough match for me to wear him down if I need to. It's a long enough match to test his physical conditioning and his toughness, his cardio. So yeah, we have some time. You know, if I can get out there and get a quick submission or get past him really quickly and start to wear him down from like side control or mount, I will definitely take that. But if it takes some time to get past his guard, then I do have 10 minutes to work, so I have to be mindful of that. As far as like a dream matchup at this point, not really, because for me to have a dream matchup, I'd have to like go back in time and fight somebody from like back in the day or somebody who's already retired now. And obviously we can't do that in reality, but you know, every time I've like had a match that I've really wanted, it never happens. You know, when I voice that I really want to go against this guy, I really want to go against that guy, it's almost like I jinx myself or I put a curse on myself. So at this point now, I've competed so much. I've competed against so many different people in so many different weight classes that I don't really have a preference. You know, I just want to beat good people. I want to go against exciting grapplers. I want to go against credentialed grapplers. I always have a list of things I look at. I look at, you know, does somebody have world titles or world medals? Do they have ADCC titles or ADCC medals? Is their style exciting? Is it somebody who I've never gone against before? You know, at the end of my career, I want to be able to have a whole list of 30 world champions that I've beaten. I don't want to have wins over the same 6 guys 4 or 5 times, you know. So, for example, I never won against Andy, so I was very excited to get that match. I never won against Ellis before, so I'm excited to get that match, you know. And Ellis and I were on the same podium for No-Gi Worlds in 2022, so it's unique to see, like, I'm standing on the top and he's at 3rd, but we've never went against each other, right? So it's cool to see that we'll be going against each other now. It's cool to hear Polaris give me that name and me be like, oh yeah, that's definitely one of the guys who fits into my kind of like credential list of who I want to go against. So yeah, as far as like a specific name, like hitting the nail on the head, man, I don't know. Even if I knew, I don't know if I'd want to say, because then I feel like I'll never get to go against them.
Our next match is Pawel Jaworski versus Faris Benlamkadem.
Let's welcome, fighting at the blue corner, Pawel Jaworski.
So, Pawel's a little bit new to many people. He has just been on an absolute tear for the last couple of months. Placed double gold at the IBGF Europeans in 2024. Just beat Tommy Langeker and Espen Mathiasen in a competition. This is one of those guys to watch.
And now let's welcome, fight at the red corner, Faris Benlamkadem.
So Faris Benlamkadem fighting out of Roger Gracie Academy. Again, may not be well known to many people, but he has been tearing up the European scene. Medaled at World Pro. European no-gi champ as a purple belt. And now a black belt. Should be a really exciting match.
Let's get the action started. Our next round is in the middleweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall, official weight 84.7 kilos. Representing Academia Gorilla and Warzawa from Poland. Let's welcome Pawel Jaworski. And also welcome his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall, official weight 87.8 kilos. Representing Roger Gracie Academy and Los Banditos from Morocco by way of England, Faris Benlamkadem.
So this match is brought to you by Warrior, low sugar, high protein, ridiculous tasty. Try Warrior Crunch today.
Okay, and we're off. It's good to see you guys.
Hi, Dan.
Lovely to have you here, Dan.
You've been warming up the microphone for me. Yeah, this is a really, really exciting match. I'm looking forward to this one. Pawel is, I think he's just 20 years old. One of, absolute massive prospect, not just in the European scene, but in the world scene. Like you said, recently in the last couple of months, competing in a tournament where he took out Espen Mathiasen and Tommy Langeker in one night. And, I believe he was purple belt at the time.
Yep.
He's just coming off a brown belt Euro no-gi weight and absolute gold medal. So, massive prospect. Now, Faris is someone that, like you said, Tom, a lot of people maybe haven't heard of, but they should have. He has been tearing up the competition scene, mainly a gi guy, made the transition to no-gi over the last couple of years, and has been doing really, really well in tournaments since then. So he's long overdue on the Polaris stage, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think he just silver medaled at the London Open as well.
Yeah, he lost to his teammate, Charles Negromonte.
Yeah. And obviously training out of Roger Gracie Academy is, a fantastic place to get some learnings on.
Yeah, well, he's training at Roger Gracie Academy and at Los Banditos, which is like very, very new gym, but it's already become one of the top places to train no-gi in London, certainly in the UK. Pawel very dangerous on the legs.
Yeah, I believe that's how he submitted Tommy and Espen, right?
He didn't submit Tommy. He beat Tommy in a very, very, it was a very, very close decision. It could have gone either way. I was there. I watched the event. But he did defeat Espen via heel hook. Faris, I know, has been training a lot on his wrestling, his passing, pressure. Physically, between the two, Faris is looking like the bigger, stronger of the two. Pawel's got that sort of smaller guy, very flexible, almost impossible to pass guard. You watch this guy's guard work, and I mean, we're already seeing it here. Very, very mobile, very awkward guard to pass.
Yeah, it's something we were talking about earlier, how the bigger guys are starting to really incorporate a lot more guard play into their game versus like 10 years ago where they were just mostly wrestling for top position. Then you had the odd standout guy like Bucalet, who had a very good guard. But now it's becoming a lot more common.
Yeah, back in the day, like a big guy having a half-decent guard was sort of a notable thing. It's like, you know, it's a big guy who play guard. It was the same as when we used to have small guys who had good top pressure. You'd be like, okay, he's a small guy with top pressure. Now, the small guys can pressure, the big guys can play guard. It's a lot more well-rounded.
Yeah.
So here you see Faris, like, it looks like he's about to get a really good, like, dominant position. And Pawel just gets his legs inside.
Yeah, Faris is being very disciplined. He's doing a good job of kind of high-stepping out of a lot of the grips that Pawel's using. And recognize the danger. When he did get chest-to-chest, and Pawel was still in on that leg, he did a good job of just extracting himself out of it.
Getting a little warning there from our referee about, you know, using those palm strikes to the head. There's a certain amount of, which is, I guess, acceptable.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, Faris, is going to have a... It's a real puzzle trying to figure out someone who has such a flexible and fantastic guard retention as Pawel has.
Yeah, he just needs to stay disciplined and not get too frustrated. You know, if you get too excited rushing into someone who's got a dangerous guard, it's not a good thing.
Yeah, and it looks like Faris is trying to get far side underhook and, you know, looking for upper body control. He's looking for that reverse.
Yeah, whereas Pawel's now dropping into the K guard. He's doing a good job of tied out that one leg. Faris trying to pull out again. Back stepping through, extracts his leg very nicely.
Oh, eye poke here, I think.
Yeah.
Oops.
Bit of frustration from Faris, perhaps.
I think that was just more
accident.
of an accident than frustration.
I mean, it can be an accident and he can be frustrated. I mean, who wouldn't be frustrated being stuck inside of a guard like this for 4 minutes? I think he's got a good strategy trying to attack that upper body in order to secure a bit of chest to chest, and then you can, you know, pass from the legs. But you know, a lot of respect from Faris at not just the guard retention from Pawel, but also how dangerous he can be if he gets a good bite. The later this match goes on, as with all, you know, no-gi grappling matches, the later the match goes on, the more slippery those legs become, and those leg entanglements become a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Another warning there from referee about those fingers in the eyes.
Yeah, I mean, when you've hit someone twice in the eyes, it's probably a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Faris is doing a good job of not letting Pawel get underneath him.
Yes.
Now if Pawel's going onto that kind of crunch position, you see that heavy top pressure is Faris.
Wrestle up attempt there from Pawel.
Yeah. Diving into
there
that
we go. This is what we were talking about.
Faris, but again, that beautiful guard retention.
I mean, unbelievable mobility in the legs here from Pawel.
Yeah, now Faris needs to be careful he doesn't get entangled into something here. You know, he needs to stay disciplined. You can see that now Pawel is in on that kind of low calf crunch and just steps out again. But when you put that pressure into pass, it does expose you to other things. And now Pawel's into this leg, capturing the foot.
Knee line's past the hip here.
Yeah, doesn't have control now, but he could come up top with this. Faris did a good job of extracting himself.
I mean, the way that Faris is basing off of the head is a small miscalculation in the timing or distance there, and that is going to...
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a good job, though, because he's not allowing that head to come close to his legs, which is, you know, where a lot of the setups are coming from Pawel. Now he's in on the calf crush almost. Pawel trying to connect in, trying to shoot through. But we can kind of see that slipperiness becoming a bit more of a factor here, how easily Faris was extracting that foot. Now Faris laying the legs, pushing them down. Now chasing the back. Has to be careful of this foot lock. Can come up towards the leg drag and could potentially start to smash down. Nice defense, though, from Pawel, just using those legs, pinching them and off-balancing Faris, because he does not want to get these hips smashed to the side. That is the problem with going for the outside heel hook position.
I mean, there's been so much going on here. I haven't been looking at the time at all, and we've just gone into our last third of this match. You've got to be thinking, Pawel's got to be 2 rounds up in pure offensiveness. I don't think we've seen...
I don't know, like Faris has been close to passing in a couple of situations. You know, he just couldn't quite hold on to it. But
yeah, that's true.
At the same time, Pawel
it's been very close.
Pawel hasn't got to any deep entanglements, really.
Yeah, I agree.
Faris has been able to step out of it. This is probably the best movement, right?
Is he going to come to the top?
Yeah, coming up from the top is Pawel. That was probably the best and deepest moment, I would say, for Pawel. I think it kind of comes down to how do the judges view this. So it's like the tying up of the legs more beneficial than like almost past it, or like, you know, clearing the legs and then getting recovered from. Because, you know, Faris has been into a number of positions like this. This is a good position for Pawel if he can shoot inside, which he manages to.
Well,
now
this
he's into that heel position. Faris
doing
trying
a great
to
job of
press it.
freeing.
Yeah, he's trying to keep that other leg back, push down on the legs so he can clear that knee line. Faris doing a good job chasing the back now.
Pawel keeps his back on the floor really nicely there.
Yeah. Faris again needs to be careful. Every time that Pawel gets a little bit deeper on these legs, then you see him going to it. Nice readjustment there from Faris. Faris needs to get back up on top because, you know, going to the bottom is a sweep essentially.
Yep.
But Faris might, you know, might just be feeling the effects of this and trying to play his own guard game.
No surprises there from Pawel. Sits straight back to guard.
Nice movement from Faris. Can't connect it to the other side. And again, we go straight back in onto these legs from Pawel.
Just smooth entries every time. Faris doing such a great job of clearing that knee line.
He scooped that hip, and now he can potentially be on the back again. The thing that's stopping him is that footlock grip.
Pawel's looks like he was going for that straight ankle lock.
Yeah, chasing up towards the hips. You can see from Faris's face, he is starting to get a little bit in the tired.
I mean, he's been moving non-stop for 9 minutes. You'd expect so, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Just trying to punch that grip off. Now Pawel going back on that leg again. Nice step out again, jumping into that position. But again, this is the problem when you commit that pressure. Now he's entangled into that inside position again. Faris high stepping out, freeing it. Almost running into a cameraman. I don't know, did you get extra points for that?
Oh, it's not Polaris unless we're running into a cameraman.
That's true,
Come on.
yeah. Nice again, Pawel in on the legs. Easy sweep there for Pawel, I would say. Coming up to top position. Yeah, and he's in a good position here to dropping back for the heel hook too. 10 seconds. Now Faris coming back up on top. Dropping off towards it, looked like an Aoki lock.
There we go. Non-stop action for 10 minutes there.
Yeah. Really high-paced match. Very physical match as well from both guys. So, I mean, this was kind of the tale of the entire match. Pawel was trying to hunt into this K-guard position, and then Faris would kind of strip out the legs. And then occasionally he got to the point where he could almost pass, and then Pawel did an amazing job of just recovering, showing great dexterity. Again, Faris doing this nice job of just trying to drop the hip, but that straight footlock grip preventing him from being able to go towards the back. Let's throw it over to get the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the judges' scorecards, and they see it for your winner, Pawel Jaworski.
So Pawel getting the decision, a fair decision at the end of that match. He really was attacking the legs more than Faris was able to kind of you know, get to the good passing positions. Great performance from both guys.
I mean, what an incredible talent Pawel is. I mean, I really do hope that we see Faris back on the Polaris stage. I think we weren't really able to see what Faris is able to do. He is a fantastic grappler. I do hope we see him back. But what a tricky guard the pass there, and I can't wait to see what, I believe he's 20 or 21 years old. I mean, what an up-and-coming talent. Keep an eye on this guy.
So our next match is Ben Hodgkinson versus Dave Weston.
Let's welcome fighting the blue corner, Ben Hodgkinson.
So Ben Hodgkinson coming out of Melbourne, or sorry, Perth, I believe. Training out of Absolute MMA and B Team. Qualified for the ADCC in 2019.
And now let's welcome fighting the red corner, Dave Weston.
So Dave Weston from Stourbridge in the Black Country Jiu-Jitsu. Holds a recent victory via Estima lock. So let's see if he can match that performance again.
Yeah, Dave Weston is one of the top heavyweights coming out of the north, really. He's been tearing up the sub-only scene. It's really great to see him on the Polaris stage. These are two big boys, both of them really into their leg locks. Dave he holds one of the most gruesome heel hook finishes you'll see on tape. Very, very nasty heel hook. So yeah, these are two big boys that are going to be going at it tonight. I'm looking forward to this one.
Let's get the action started. Our next bout is in the heavyweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 6 feet 4 inches tall, official weight 96.7 kilos. Representing Absolute MMA and B Team from Australia, Ben Hodgkinson. And now let's welcome his opponent fighting on the red corner. He stands 6 feet 4 inches tall, official weight 105.3 kilos. Representing Black Country Jiu-Jitsu from England, Dave Weston.
So Polaris is sponsored by Gentle Art Apparel, a collection of premium clothing by 10-time world champion Roger Gracie.
Dave really is a big boy, isn't he? A big boy amongst big boys.
Pulling guard straight away. But then Ben is kind of a giant as well. We walked past him earlier and I was like,
yeah, Ben's a big guy. And Dave making him look a little bit small. Ben is a very, very good grappler, very accomplished grappler. Like you said, won Asia and Oceania trials back in 2018 or 19.
Straight to
Weight
the
and
back.
absolute in straight submissions. I did think he would be going for the back against Dave. You know, he's an excellent back taker. He does have great leg locks. I mean, a fantastic training pedigree under Lachlan Giles in Australia, and doing a lot of training under Craig and the guys at B Team.
I feel like I heard about Ben like a lot for a little bit, and then I just haven't heard about him recently, like 2019 time.
Yeah, I'm not sure how active he's been in competition scene. I mean, he did get a bit of a bum draw in ADCC 2019, picking none other than Gordon Ryan for his first round match. But
yeah.
But yeah, this is a very good position for Ben super early here.
Yeah.
It is, but we've reset to the middle again in the same position now. I feel that you can never quite get that same pressure when we reset to the middle. However,
he has advanced the position quite nicely, gone up high. Excellent entry here from Dave.
And this is what Dave wants. This is his thing. Nasty heel hooks. And look at that, lots of pressure going into the leg there.
Yeah, like
the knee line looks like it's already come past the hip there.
Back on that leg again.
Straight back into it.
I mean, that was fast as well. Like, for such a big guy, Dave is quick.
Dave is a very dangerous leg locker. You don't have a lot of guys this size who are that fast on the legs. But he has exposed the back a little bit here, and this is really Ben's bread and butter, getting to the back.
I mean, that is kind of one of those problems with that outside Ashy position, is it does just give up the leg drag potentially to the back as well.
Beautiful use of this Kimura grip here.
Yep.
Yeah, both of these guys making their Polaris debut tonight, and it's great to see you know, the next generation of heavyweight grapplers come through. Both of these guys, you know, they're not the traditional heavyweights. You know, Ben's an excellent bat taker. Dave's super heavy on the legs. Both of them very often in exciting matches. This is a great pressuring position for Ben right now.
Yeah, if he can get that other arm as well, we'll be in that double.
Yeah, that double underhook. It looks like he's going to try and commit in here for a head and arm.
Yeah, I mean, this is horrible. Even if he's not finishing the choke, it's just horrible to get stuck underneath. Here he's going after that that kind of, what do we call, Nogi Ezekiel, the Rotolatine that has been made famous by them, right?
I mean, when you have arms that long, you're able to do that. Yeah, this is a great position here, and you can see Dave struggling. He's trying to find space here.
Yeah. And this is the nice thing about the head and arm position. Either gives up the back or the head and arm choke.
David doing a good job of surviving so far. I mean, no easy feat. Beautiful use of getting this arm to the other side.
Yeah, now it's gone up real high again. You see Ben just pass it off.
You know, this is the thing, and this is kind of the priority that I've had when I've been playing my mount over the last couple of years, which is just get to this position and just cook your opponent.
Yeah.
Let them spend time with that arm above the head, and it's just going to get weaker and weaker and weaker. And you may not get something now, but you go back to it, and the strength's just not going to be there.
I mean, it is kind of classic Gordon Ryan, right? That's what he does all the time, double back step.
And this is looking really tight now. Big movements. He switches back into that rear naked choke grip.
And I think Dave's tapping. Yeah, he just tapped underneath.
And there's the finish. Ben Hodgkinson gets the submission victory in his Polaris debut.
Yeah, and you can just see how tired Dave is from that. Just having the weight.
It's an onslaught.
Yeah, not being able to breathe properly, and then, you know, finishing with that. I mean, this was really nice leg work from Ben as well, like switching side to sides beautifully, and then chasing that back. It looked, honestly, it looked like quite a tight leg lock. Judging by Ben's reaction, it wasn't far off, but then this was really the just miserable position to get caught in for Dave.
Yeah.
Getting the arm caught up there, switching between the head and arm, threat of the back, and then finishing with that Ezekiel. Let's throw it over to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner by tap out due to a head and arm choke, Ben Hodgkinson.
So great performance by Ben. Hopefully we can have him back in one again.
We are going to fully kit out the gym with the best match you've ever seen. Completely upgraded the mat space by about 20 times. Absolutely outdone themselves with everything that they've done. A sprung floor with like best match you can get, Zebra. It's unbelievable what they've done. Honestly, like I've never walked on a mat that's like this before. I cannot wait to watch the reaction of all the fight team as they come in and see it for the first time.
Glad this is it.
It's really special, isn't it?
Sound, isn't it?
The biggest moment of our whole gym's life was at that night it was all.
Can't wait to train on them, man.
Our next match is Jack Tyley versus Mr. Bag and Tag Nathan Jones.
Let's welcome, fighting at the blue corner, Jack Tyley.
First athlete making his walk down to the mat is Jack Tyley, representing 10th Planet London. We've seen Jack on Polaris a couple of times. Last time picked up a great last-minute submission win via knee bar, beautiful knee bar against Peter Shimaku. And Jack kind of, he exemplifies the 10th Planet spirit. He's got all of these crazy submissions, dangerous from everywhere. It's great to see him back on the Polaris stage yet again.
And now let's welcome, fighting in the red corner, Nathan Jones.
Mr. Bag and Tag Nathan Jones returning to the Polaris stage. 3 times he's been on Polaris. His last match he picked up a beautiful dominant submission victory via rear naked choke over Jack Gova. Holds a professional mixed martial arts record of 15-12. Great to see Nathan Jones diving even more into the grappling world. I think this is going to be an interesting matchup of styles. We're going to expect to see Nathan, you know, go for the wrestling, try and pass the guard, probably try and get the back again. He's got to watch out for the leg locks of Jack Tyley, though.
Let's get the action started. Our next bout is in the middleweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 6 feet tall, official weight 83.7 kilos. Representing 10th Planet London. From England, let's welcome Jack Tyley. And now let's welcome his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 6 feet tall, official weight 83.7 kilos. Representing London Shoot Fighters and Elevate. From England, Nathan Jones.
Here we go.
So this match is sponsored by Zebra, the world's leading training facility outfitter.
Some good mats, those Zebra mats.
Now, will we expect to see Jack pulling guard? I can certainly say that Nathan's likely going to be wanting to stay on top as a pro MMA fighter.
Yeah, I think, yeah, well, there we go. There's the pull, and like I said, straight on the legs there for Jack, and Nathan's going to have to be really hot on this defensive work. Jack has some fantastic leg locks.
Yeah, I mean, Jack's into a nice position, elevating and a bit of decent control. Now into half butterfly.
Very nice positioning from Jones, though.
Yeah. Yeah, he's trying to break that posture. Work on that front headlock.
Looks like he's trying to tie up potentially trying to tie up a DAS there.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He needs to be careful of this inside hook and then get him rolled through. You see Jack trying to do it, but that was a nice leg staple from Nathan, which just completely shuts down that movement.
Looks like Jack's trying to work that, potentially work that Choi bar underneath there. It's such a, I mean, that is the sort of hot topic in the grappling world these days.
The Choi bar.
Choi bar, they're loving it.
I spent a lot of time training with the Choi.
With the Choi.
The Choi, yeah.
Here we go. Speak of which.
Yeah. You see Jack trying to... He's using great distance control with that foot on the hip.
If he can get that foot on the inside there, expect to see him roll through for the arm.
I think he's trying to use that to then elevate, because Nathan is pinning his leg to the ground with that shin.
Switching it to a Kimura grip there, can't quite see.
Yeah, Nathan's locking his own hand and he's trying to defend it in that position. This is the bit that's making it hard for Jack, is that his leg is stapled, but he has knocked
I'd love to see a back take from here. If he can get that left leg out and swing it all the way over the back for the back.
He has the arm now. He's getting separated away from the body. Nice. We could go into the...
Plato, maybe?
Yeah, or just a regular old...
I think this might be on. I
think
this might be on.
A regular old Kimura.
Yeah, he's tapping.
There's the tap. Beautiful work. There you go.
Very nice submission from Jack.
Dangerous and unorthodox. Choi bar set up into the Kimura grip.
Yeah, just a regular old Kimura.
Just a regular old Kimura.
No platter in there at all, I would say.
In a world of Tariqa platters and
like antique
and stuff like that, a normal Kimura is an unorthodox technique these days, I think you could say.
Who does that?
Call me old school. I still love me a good Kimura.
Yep.
Or just call me old, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, I mean, this was the setup. Once he got that leg out from underneath, he ended up on top. And you can see that it's just, you know, Nathan's trying to strip that leg, but Jack does a great job of just maintaining position, and that was the tap there. Nathan forced to verbally tap rather than use his hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner by tap out due to a Kimura, Jack Tyley.
Our next match is Paul Redmond versus Christian Ozbek.
Let's welcome fighting the blue corner, Paul Redmond.
First off to make the walk to the mat is Paul Redmond. Fighting out of Team Rhino, former professional MMA fighter with a 15-8 record. We have seen him on Polaris before, competed on Polaris 19 and picked up a win via decision. I was watching, he competed earlier this year and got a victory via a Imanari roll into footlock. Not the sort of technique you expect from a former professional MMA fighter, but you love to see it. He is actually my co-commentator very often on Cage Warriors. And there's actually a Cage Warriors going on tonight in Rome. I'm not there because I'm here. I walked in and then I remembered that he's not there because he's here. I think we've left Brad Wharton by himself in Rome, so sorry, Brad.
And now let's welcome fighting the red corner, Christian Ozbek.
And his opponent, the Wizard of Ozbek, Christian Ozbek, returns to the Polaris stage yet again. We're seeing a lot of Christian Ozbek recently. We saw him burst back at Polaris 27, where he put on an absolute judo clinic I mean, almost certainly the most throws and takedowns in a single Polaris match ever. I mean, more throws and takedowns in that single match than there are on most Polaris cards. Yeah, one of the real up-and-comers on the scene at the moment. He's one of those training with the RGA lot, with the Los Banditos lot. You know, all of the... Basically, there's a team of the best grapplers in London, essentially, that all get together and are training super hard these days. As you can see in his corner, Owen O'Flanagan, who we're going to be seeing on the main card later on. Ozbek wasn't able to pick up the win in his last match, had a tough last match on Polaris 28. We see him back here tonight. And this should be a bit of a good tear up here.
Let's get the action started. Our next bout is in the middleweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, official weight 83 kilos. Representing Team Rhino from Ireland, introducing Paul Redmond. And now let's welcome his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, official weight 83.4 kilos. Representing London Shoot Fighters and Submission Grappling Club from Greece, Christian Ozbek.
I think we're going to at least see a little bit of some wrestling to start this off.
So Polaris is sponsored by Scramble, Jiu-Jitsu clothing and equipment since 2009. Check them out at scramblestuff.com.
I believe that Paul is also a judo black belt as well.
Yeah, well, he's training at Team Rhino, and they are like, you know, very good judo. Like
wow.
Nice,
I mean,
beautiful.
First engagement there from Ozbek.
Straight on the arm, though.
Oh, very nice.
And using it to kind of crank and then entangle the legs, too.
Nice ankle grip there, and uses it to get
on
on top
the
and
hips.
Straight into the lights there. That's how you start off.
And then helping him back up. That was a beautiful takedown by Christian. I want a replay
nice.
of that.
Yeah, Ozbek, fantastic with the trips. I know he's been doing a lot of, Christian Ozbek doing a lot of training with our headliner tonight, Michael Venom Page, at London Shoot.
Yeah, I think he's trying to do I think it's called a wrist whip.
Mm.
You see him sticking to that that trip nicely. Shooting in on the leg is a pull.
Both competitors very explosive. I feel like you know anything could happen.
Beautiful.
I
So quickly.
think Paul very nicely didn't follow through with that takedown.
He's a very nice guy, Paul. He's a nice guy.
Because he could have done. There's one thing about Christian's stance, he's very upright. It's like kind of classical judo.
Yeah.
And that can expose your legs to, almost a counter trip there from Paul.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that in Chris's last match against Jack Hazard, where he was, you know, Jack was shooting a lot. He wasn't engaging in that judo stuff, and he picked up the decision win there.
Oh,
nice. Beautiful
trip.
I did mention it.
You know what? You only live once, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, in his final notes, Christian actually mentioned that he'd probably try an Minari Lowell, like as soon as a takedown on him. So.
You think Christian said that he's going to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Paul
would do it, yeah.
You know, I'm just glad that we're not on a stage here.
Yeah. Just coming up to the end of the first round. Oh, beautiful.
I mean, the audience may think otherwise.
I like he pushes him past and then helps him back through.
Yeah.
And the audience are absolutely loving it, as they should. I mean, this is what you want from a grappling show, right? Two guys who are just going for it. Yes, they may be going for the wrestling a little bit more, the wrestling and judo more than the grappling per se, but or the jiu-jitsu per se. But I'm here for it. I mean, there has been criticism. We spoke about this in the first in Ozbek's debut, where he was hitting loads of throws and he wasn't engaging too much in the ground. I would love to see Ozbek, you know, hit those beautiful foot sweeps and then follow up. And, you know, I'd love to see a little bit more of what he's got on the actual mat.
Yeah. I mean, that was one thing that in his last match, Jack Hazard threw very well. He got him to the ground, kept him down, was able to work there.
Nice front headlock.
This is also the problem if, again, he's trying that wrist whip, but if you get too close to the edge, Christian's always pushing forward, which is fine, because it makes the counter takedown difficult, but at the same time, it also forces a lot of restarts back to the middle.
It's coming up towards the halfway point of this match.
You see Paul looking for that single leg again.
Now, there is you know, not an insignificant age difference between the two gents. Ozbek in his mid to late 20s, I think, 26 or 7, and not sure exactly how old Paul is, but
38.
There you go. I knew he was in his late 30s. So that, you know, that is going to potentially play a role as this match goes on a little bit. The endurance and cardio is one of those things that starts to go as you get a little bit older. I know I've felt it. I'm sure you have as well, Tom.
Yeah.
You are smaller though. Gravity has less of an effect on you. So
I do have very big biceps, though.
You do have very highly disproportionate biceps.
Yeah. I would like to see. I would like to see Paul guard him, in all honesty, and then work from that position.
Christian not being quite as friendly on the boundaries as Paul was a little bit earlier.
I think he's
to
also
him.
getting a warning as well, because he is just continually pushing forward.
Yes. Arm drag attempt there. It's such an unusual stance for those who are used to watching grappling, but you know, the reason, if you're wondering why Ozbek is standing like this, he's very happy for people to try and pick up that leg, take an overhook, because that's what he's going to use to engage in trips and throws.
Yeah.
He's happy for this position.
Yeah, it makes it very challenging, because you'd normally hook up a single leg, which is basically just the Nuchimata for the other person.
Exactly, exactly.
And if they've got the power and like the hips and the timing, it's a real problem. Again, looking for that wrist whip.
Yeah,
nice
beautiful shot there.
But again, too close to the outer bounds. It looks like coaches are telling him the time and what's left in these rounds. A little bit of a rougher collar tie there from Paul.
Beautiful. Nice takedown there for Paul.
Possible back take here.
Beautifully done.
Yeah.
Christian manages to get his guard back.
Yeah, and if I was Paul, I would definitely not let him stand back up. I would maintain this position. Nice job.
I mean, the question you got to ask there, I mean, we haven't been paying too much attention to that, you know, our three rounds and the timing, but you know, intuitively, I'm thinking Ozbek's probably up 2 rounds and going into this third. But it's been pretty close. It's been pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, even, you know, here's some of the foot sweeps, but nothing happened off the foot sweeps.
100%.
And then Paul did have his own counter takedowns, right? A lot of the stuff that Christian was doing was so close to the edge of the match that it didn't really get completed. And that you know, that last takedown by Paul was in the final.
I mean, this is undoubtedly the most significant moment of, and there a pass for a second there.
Christian going for that inside. Looks like he's going for an inside leg. Falling back on it, but still working towards that.
Beautiful reactions from Paul, and he gives up the sweep there.
Yeah, I think Paul's waiting for them to be restarted in the middle. Working on his own leg.
Sitting back again
Christian
for the leg lock is Paul. Is Christian... He
looks hurt.
He looks like he pulled that. I think he might have pulled that foot into his groin a little bit too emphatically there. Or Paul found the perfect spot to frame against with his other foot when escaping.
Yeah.
I think that might be the case.
I mean, that's a problem, right?
It's a highly effective defense to a leg lock is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, undoubtedly unintentional. We're going to get a replay?
Oh, wonderful.
Okay, let's have a look at this here.
This is the entry. And then
He
Christian
sits
fell back on that leg. It was
Let's watch that right foot.
I genuinely actually thought, no, okay, yeah, he just literally framed off his off his groin. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, look, it happens. It happens.
Yeah. I think it was unintentional from Paul.
Oh, no, 100% unintentional. Your foot goes where the foot goes.
Yeah, like, you know.
1 minute left on the clock. Who's gonna catch the last blood?
Oh,
another shot there from Paul.
Beautiful. Can he stay on top? Oh!
Reversal from Ozbek. Paul looking up at the clock there. Yeah, I'd love to see him shoot that arm through, try and get underneath him.
Yeah, 40 seconds. I think Christian's very aware that that's the side he wants to go to.
Right in front of all of Ozbek's team here.
Yep.
He tries to jump straight over the top. Takes out our sponsorship board there.
I would, you know, if I was a referee, yeah, good. I'm glad that Neil's telling him to start on the ground. That's where it should be, you know, let him start on the ground, like, you know. And it's good for Paul as well, you know, he only has 14 seconds to go.
Oh. Fighting till the very last second.
Yeah. Going for that head and arm wrap.
What a fun match that was.
Yeah.
I mean, for my money, a fantastic performance from Paul Redmond, regardless of the result.
Yeah.
Ozbek looking good, seeing a little bit more of his game than we used to seeing, a little bit of work on the ground. That was a great match. Vanessa, talk us through some of these highlights.
So yeah, we saw a lot of stand-up throughout. Many trips. A wonderful. That was a close back take towards the beginning of the match. Again here, we didn't really see many submission attempts. I think we did see one from Paul. Very briefly, we saw an steamer lock attempt, but other than that, we saw a Emanari roll. Yes, we did see that. And we did finally see Paul coming on top with some beautiful takedowns. This is the takedown that was nice, where he gained.
Best takedown of the night, or of the match, sorry. And then let's throw it down to see who we've got on winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the judges' scorecards, and they see it for your winner, Paul Redmond.
And there you go, Paul Redmond with the win. A very, very close match, undoubtedly a close match. But a great win for the Team Rhino athlete. Man, I'm looking forward to seeing Paul back on the Polaris stage again. That's a massive win for him.
Our next match is Ian Butler from the United States versus Will Nichols, fighting out of London Grapple.
Let's welcome, fighting out of the blue corner, Ian Butler.
Making his Polaris debut tonight is Ian Butler, over from the United States of America. He has a 8-6 pro MMA record. He's competed for organizations such as Bellator. Coming all the way over from the US, he's got his own wrestling school over there. I was chatting to him earlier. First, he has some brilliant energy, you can already see, and he said the main thing he wanted to do tonight was just let it fly. He said he wanted to show the kids, don't get too bogged down in winning and losing, just go out there and let it all go. And I think that's a great message, and I'm looking forward to seeing him compete.
And now let's welcome, fighting the red corner, Will Nichols.
And his opponent tonight, lots of support from the crowd, is London Grapple's Will Nichols, super young kid, up and comer, just 21 years old. Won his Polaris debut via decision back at Polaris 24 in London. Then picked up a second win over Max Armstrong, again via decision at Polaris 27. This is one of the, one of the real up-and-comers we're seeing. Very, very different opponent tonight. It's going to be interesting to see how he deals with it. Expect to see the flexible guard of Nichols versus the top pressure of Ian Butler.
Let's get the action started. Our next bout is in the middleweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, official weight 85.5 kilos. Representing 10th Planet HQ from the United States, let's welcome Ian Butler. And now let's welcome his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall, official weight 83.8 kilos. Representing London Grapple from England, Will Nichols.
Polaris 30 Fight Clock is brought to you by Timex. Timex on your wrist is a reminder that time belongs to you. Get yours today at timex.com.
Instant guard pull there from Will Nichols. Not a bad tactical decision. Potentially a shame that we're not going to see any of the wrestling, the stand-up wrestling from Ian Butler.
And just for reference, who has been training wrestling since he was 5 years
old.
old.
Yes. So. He runs a wrestling gym.
Yeah, he runs a wrestling gym. Pro MMA fighter. I would probably also pull guard.
Yeah, that's a good strategy.
Close guard position here for Nichols.
I think so far also Ian is winning the best outfit of the
evening. Oh, yeah. I'm digging the hot pink. I'm so glad you said that. I love a bit of hot pink, man. Yeah, yeah.
One of my favorites. So yeah, as you said at the start, Dan, Will is very much an up-and-comer. Very solid jiu-jitsu, continually working. Just living in the gym and getting better. It's interesting because Ian's staying very, very low. It looks like he's very aware of the leg entries. You know, by keeping based out on his knees, it's going to make it a little bit more challenging for Will to enter. You see, as Ian brings up that one leg, immediately Will looks to underhook it.
Yeah, this closed guard position, no gi, is sort of the position that you never really want to see on a grappling show, right? I mean, there's a nice straight arm lock, shoulder crunch position there for Will, but this is sort of the, I mean, I know you guys saw it a little bit earlier with the lapel wrap can really slow down a gi match. This is sort of the no-gi equivalent. You get stuck inside of someone's closed guard and it can really become a bit of a stalemate. So I'd love to see Will open up. I know he's got a great open guard and, and potentially see some dynamic passing from Butler.
I mean, he has opened up his guard a little bit, which is nice. But again, immediately Will kind of trying to invert on it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be important for Butler to make sure that Will isn't able to get back to a closed guard position, make sure that he's aware of the legs and just don't get trapped inside of that closed guard, because, you know, all you got to do is work on opening it before you can do anything.
Yeah. Ian doing a good job with his head positioning, just keeping it directly underneath, trying to go on that front headlock, and then Will using it to almost invert underneath.
Very, very nice use to get that sweep.
I still see a reset here from the
Yeah.
ref. Yeah.
Just hoping for a little bit of a rustle up maybe from
Well, I
from
think this
Ian.
is what we can expect. There's no point doing it when you're on the edge of the mat there, but I think this is a more interesting position.
Can see like a headquarters.
Yeah.
See.
Yeah, there we go. Straight in on there towards that single leg. Giving it up, though. Still trying to get Will's base off him. And again, working up into the position. Allows Will to get a little bit tighter into position, though. Lovely little footwork.
Very nice
Will.
pass there.
Really nice.
Butler looking very relaxed under side control here.
Yeah. Almost a little bit too relaxed.
I would say that it is bordering on the too relaxed mark.
Yeah.
You know, there's plenty of time to go. Maybe he's just
chilling,
letting Nichols work himself out a little bit.
I mean, Will's doing a nice job of kind of starting to isolate that arm out.
Yeah, well, you know, because Butler isn't doing too much underneath, he's not having to do too much on top to try and control this position. Here's the wrestle up on a single leg.
Will doing a good job of controlling that foot, forcing Ian to go belly down. Now he's trying to hook it as well. Nice. Ian back into a half guard. Will pass straight away again.
Did a fantastic job there of like keeping that
Ian to
pressure.
mount. Oh, and Ian reaching over the back, which is not a great idea. And now you can see Will trying to get that arm up higher.
Yeah, we want to see some more frames on the lower body here to try and get the legs back on the inside. And this is one of the things, you know, with wrestlers is they're just not as active or sticky with the legs when they're playing these sort of guard positions.
Nice. Trying to get over the top.
Got to watch the back take.
Yeah, needs to watch the arm, the back take.
Nichols did a great job of crossing his ankles there. So
Yeah, switching off to the gift wrap again into the back. Nice job by Will.
straight into a body triangle. Pretty clinical since he's taken top position.
Yeah. Trying to go onto that kind of, I guess, the weaker side of the body triangle and force the foot pressure. Gets back to mount. This is something we saw in one of our matches earlier, but Will doing a great job of forcing him back down. It looks like he might be underneath the neck as well. Almost.
Going for the straight jacket system now. Expect to see him potentially unlock that body triangle, throw his right leg over the right arm of Butler and try and go into a 2-on-1 position.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit concerned that Ian's going to kind of explode out of the position.
Yeah, I mean, on paper you would expect that, but we actually haven't seen
that,
anything in the match that would suggest that would happen.
Yeah,
And there he goes, and he's not exploded out of it. I mean, this is a super strong position now. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for Ian to defend against this rear naked choke. The hands coming underneath the neck. The chin is tucked pretty nice, but...
Yeah, I mean, I mean, the one-arm mandible strangle is going to be challenging, but, you know, he can definitely get it.
And he manages to free the arm.
Yeah, doing a good job.
I do feel like sometimes if you don't put that foot behind the back, you can end up losing the trap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the positioning you're in. I tend not to bother putting the foot behind the back, even though if you can get it behind the back, it becomes obviously so much stronger. But
yeah, it looks like Will's going to try and pass off that the leg again. He's fighting to get head position.
I mean, there's no reason not to, I don't think. You know, we saw, I think there is a big question of when you unlock that body triangle, is there a big explosion from Ian Butler? But he didn't explode out before. I'd be looking to go straight back to that straight jacket system and look to attack the neck again. So the most urgency that we've seen, the only real bit of urgency that we've seen actually came in that final phase of trying to lock off the rear naked choke. And, you know, he has other options from there. If he goes onto that straight jacket and he gets one of the arms isolated, he can let Ian slide down a little bit and switch into a reverse triangle or something. You know, there are other options apart from the choke from there.
Yeah, I mean, Will is just trying to like the hand fight through and get that arm underneath the neck, but Ian is doing a good job and being quite disciplined with it. But he doesn't have the urgency to escape either. At the moment, he's just defending.
I mean, he's certainly down on the scorecard. He'd need to escape and submit.
Yeah.
I mean, I think escaping this position would be a little bit of a moral victory for Ian Butler if he... I mean, he has technically escaped the back and...
trying to bridge over, ends up in full guard.
Take the try out of that sentence, Tom Barlow.
Yeah.
He bridges out of the mount position and is now on top.
Yeah, Will trying to push that shin inside and then potentially go to the triangle. But he has 2 minutes left. That's good. He's got a lot to do in 2 minutes there.
Oh, yeah, he's got a hell of a lot to do in 2 minutes. Yeah, pretty faultless performance by Nichols so far, to be honest. Standing to try and pass here. He's got to watch the arms, angle cut here underneath. Calls for hip bump.
Yeah, I think Will's just kind of, you know, taking it a little bit easier now.
Yeah, why would you bother?
Yeah, I mean, he's
so high up,
very much in control of this match.
If I'm Will underneath,
yeah, I'm probably doing the same.
I hate to admit, I'm going to stay in close guard probably.
Yeah. Ian, a little bit more urgency in what he's doing.
Just kind of keeping that foot in front now.
Yeah, trying to like explode over the guard, but you know, Will's leg positioning is just too good. Always getting around the corner. Will trying to jump on that violin Troy bar position. Again, Will doing a good job just framing.
Yeah,
coming up towards the leg. This is much more urgency from Ian. It's what we should have, you know, potentially seen a little bit earlier in the match.
Yeah, I mean, this could have been really interesting had we seen this urgency earlier on in one of those wrestle-ups before he found himself underneath mount on the back.
Yeah. See Will really trying to off-balance him with those legs, but again, aware of the time. Trying to get onto the leg again and knock Ian out of position. Will going through, inverting, trying to hug that leg.
Fair play to Will, attacking to the last moment. Undoubtedly a decision victory for Will Nichols in against a very different opponent than what he's used to. Ian not really able to get into his game there. No.
So this is where Will just got very close into that chest-to-chest position. Lovely leg work.
Yeah, beautiful little pummel with that leg. Left leg pins and right leg steps over. An easy transition into mount here. No activity through the hips from Butler.
Yeah, the late kind of bridge out. You know, needed to happen a little bit earlier. And then Will did a great job of just solidifying this position slowly. Oh, this is the big bridge at the end to get back to the closed guard. Yeah, really solid performance from Will.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the judges' scorecards, and they say it for your winner, Will Nichols.
As expected, decision victory for Will Nichols, and I believe that puts him 3-0 on Polaris. I'd love to see him start to move up the...
Yeah, he's had 3 very solid performances.
Yeah, yeah, I'd like to see him start to get tested with some of the bigger names. Yeah, another great performance from the 21-year-old.
Fully kit out the gym with the best match you've ever seen.
Completely completely upgraded the mat space by about 20 times. Absolutely outdone themselves with everything that they've done. A sprung floor with like best match you can get, Zebra. It's unbelievable what they've done. Honestly, like I've never walked on a mat that's like this before. I cannot wait to watch the reactions of all the fight team as they come in and see it for the first time.
Glad this is it.
It's really special, isn't it?
Sound, isn't it?
The biggest moment of our whole gym's life was at that night at Zola.
Can't wait to train on them, man.
So our next match features Will Stone, the first ever Member of Parliament to appear on Polaris, and Matt Inman fighting out London Grapple.
Let's welcome, fighting at the blue corner, Will Stone.
Yes, you heard that right. The first ever Member of Parliament to compete on Polaris. That does imply that we're planning to get more members of Parliament to compete on Polaris, and why the hell not? Will Stone, 10th planet black belt. I mean, this match has garnered a massive amount of hype and interest from the press. I think we got all of the newspapers and news outlets here taking a very close watch at this match. Yeah, Will Stone, you know, before he's the sitting MP for Swindon, and but you know, he was running the gym beforehand. He's competed on the scene. We've seen him around a lot. It's great to see him making his Polaris debut. He's not able to train as much as a lot of people would train because, you know, he's working full-time as an MP, but here he is anyway.
And now let's welcome, fighting the red corner, Matt Inman.
And his opponent tonight is Matt Inman. Matt is a hugely experienced competitor in the combat sport world. Highly experienced former MMA fighter with a 20-11 record. Moved down to London to train and teach at London Grapple, and this guy's just one of the most active grapplers on the scene. I think it was last year he was attempting to rack up like a absolutely unbelievable number of
100 matches within the year.
No, it wasn't. I think it was more than 100. I think it was in the hundreds. It was like he was competing every single weekend. Yeah. It might have been 100, but I feel like it might have been more. But yeah, super experienced competitor. They have definitely not given Will Stone a very easy match for his Polaris debut. Matt not making his debut tonight. He's been on Polaris a couple of times already. Dropped 2 decisions in his 2 outings, but both against really good opponents in John Hathaway and Yusuf Nabi.
Let's get the action started. Our next bout is in the middleweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 6 feet 1 inches tall, official weight 84.3 kilos. Representing 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu from England, let's welcome Will Stone. And now let's welcome his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall, official weight 85 kilos. Representing London Grapple from England, Matt Inman.
This match is brought to you by Warrior, creators of the world's tastiest protein bar. Try Warrior Crunch today. Oh, straight into the rubber guard.
I mean, I was going to say, this is going to be an interesting clash of styles here. You know, Will Stone, 10th Planet black belt. We are going to be seeing all of that crazy 10th Planet stuff that you're used to. Very flexible hips, as you're seeing already.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We don't actually normally see that much kind of rubber guard work on the
Will's
Polaris mat.
He's an old school 10th Planet guy. We're going to be seeing that rubber guard stuff. We're going to be seeing all of the techniques that, I mean, maybe you don't even know the names for.
I don't. I do not know any of them. Dropping back on the footlockers, Matt.
Matt, however, has a little bit more of a, you know, he's got that MMA background. He's got that good top pressure, that passing. I mean, he's on the feet right now. He's training at London Grapple, some of the best leg lockers in the country, training out of there.
If I remember correctly, Matt started up at SBG, right, in Manchester?
That's right.
Yeah, and they used to have Eddie Bravo over for a lot of seminars and stuff like that back in the day.
There you go. There you go. He's familiar with the with the ancient texts.
I mean, Matt is, you know, you can tell that he's had so much comp experience because he is just incredibly relaxed. He's even like with the walkout and stuff, he's incredibly relaxed. But the problem with that, sometimes you can get caught out.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think, you know, Matt is coming as one of the most experienced competitors you're going to get on this stage. Honestly, he really has that much experience behind him. Will, on the other hand, making his Polaris debut, you know, he's not used to big shows like this. And, you know, this whole MP that's competing in a grappling show, it's big news. It's fantastic for the sport, in my opinion. But there's a lot of eyes on this show right now. So you've got to imagine that there's a huge amount of pressure on Will. You know, there isn't any actual pressure. You know, nobody... I think this is great for the sport and in general, regardless of the result. But, you know, he's going to be wanting to go out there and he's going to be wanting to put on a good show.
Matt going towards the Aoki lock and forcing Will to kind of, like, panic a little bit.
And that's some good pressure on that ankle there.
Yeah.
He's got to try and get that foot off of the hip. There you go. Nicely done.
And straight back into the rubber guard. That might be called mission control. I don't know. Honestly.
Ironically, a lot of the names of these positions are very politically incorrect.
Yeah, I know.
Matt's really
nice force
killing.
to half guard. We might get to see some of the old school lockdown again, which isn't something that we see that much.
You know, Matt's did a fantastic job in all of those rubber guard exchanges of just using the body lock to just shut everything down, just being too tight in that position.
Matt crawling up the body slowly.
Yeah, and look, we do indeed have the lockdown. To whether Will can hold it, which he can't, and gets knee slid through straight over to
Mount here. And this is...
and then Matt is looking to go under those elbows.
This is really Matt's position here. Expect to see him get those arms high to try and cook the position.
Yeah.
Will's got to be careful about exposing the back.
I think he's given up the gift wrap already, or is about to.
I want to see a little bit more activity in the legs from Will underneath here.
Yeah. Will could transition off to a triangle. He's pinning that wrist. Not Will, sorry, Matt.
First round down.
Yeah, you can see Will trying to hook the legs. Gets
Nicely
back to
done.
quarter guard. Matt just back steps out. Yeah, passes to side control. Into knee on belly. Over to Mount.
Beautiful transition there from Matt. And you know, this really is his bread and butter. Expect to see him really cook this position. There you go, one arm nice and high.
Yeah. Gets that single bicep position. In terms of like jiu-jitsu, this is such old school jiu-jitsu.
Old school jiu-jitsu.
It's
coming back around though. It's coming back around.
Just very fundamentally, basically strong. And this is a horrible position to get caught in for Will. Like smothering, you can see how relaxed Matt is.
I believe Matt might have some smother submissions on his record. I mean, when you've competed as much as Matt has, you basically have every single variation of everything on your record.
Yeah, and it's just slowly wearing out Will. Matt looks like he's trying to work off towards a head and arm position.
Yep.
Working himself a little bit lower down.
And you can even get like a shoulder lock from here, right?
Yeah.
You can do a little Americana if you pull on the wrist from there.
Yeah.
I think Kendall Rusing, sorry, was doing it. She did it like in the ADCC
Americana
recently.
attempt here.
Ooh.
And it's
there's
finished.
the tap. And there you go, a win for Matt Inman. Great to see Will Stone on the Polaris stage. You know, let's be honest, a massive step up in competition for Will.
And great for like Will to expose jiu-jitsu to a wider audience as well.
100%. You know, it's great to see him on the stage. You know, Matt, as we already know, a fantastic competitor.
Yeah.
With a very nice finish there.
We'll go some replays.
What we expected early, lots of rubber guard.
Yeah, we had a footlock, which was actually really close. It definitely made Will panic a little bit.
Woke him up a little bit there.
Yeah.
And then it was just this beautiful cooking from the mount positions. You know, no rush at all here. And eventually exposes his arm, attacks the Americana, and it's all over.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner by tap out due to an Americana, Matt Inman.
And Mattyman picks up his first win on the Polaris stage, and you know he's had some tough competition in the past. It's good to see him get his first win, and I'm sure we'll be back on here in the future.
So our next match is Andy Roberts versus Marco Kanya in the gi.
Let's welcome, fighting in the blue corner, Andy Roberts.
First, making his walk is Andy Roberts, absolute veteran of the UK BJJ scene, one of the OGs, black belt under Roger Gracie. We've seen him a couple of times on Polaris. He made his debut way back on Polaris 10, dropped a decision to Jeff Lawson, returned at Polaris 25 and picked up an awesome submission via knee bar. We actually saw him on the last Polaris, on Polaris 29, where he picked up a quick loss to Yusuf Narbi. And I spoke to him earlier, very simply, he is out for redemption. Straight back on it tonight, up against a really serious competitor in his opposition tonight, Marco Kanya.
And now let's welcome, fighting in the red corner, Marco Kanya.
And his opponent tonight, Marco Kanya, massively respected head coach at Fight Zone London, one of the biggest gyms in the country. And you can kind of get an idea of how big, because he's got a massive amount of support in the crowd here tonight. I mean, he competed first, I think, on Polaris 4 in the gi against Ross Nichols. When was the last time you saw Ross Nichols in a gi? A long history of competition. He's picked up plenty of wins on the IBJJF circuit. Haven't seen a huge amount from him on the competition scene recently, so I was super excited to see him getting back on the Polaris stage. I think this is going to be a great match, but you know, very, very good guard player. Two incredibly experienced competitors and athletes here tonight.
Let's get the action started. Our next round is in the welterweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, official weight 74.8 kilos. Representing Andy Roberts, BJJ, and Roger Gracie from England, let's welcome Andy Roberts. And now let's welcome his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, official weight 72.2 kilos. Representing Checkmat Fight Zone London, from Brazil, Marco Canha.
Polaris is sponsored by Gentle Art Apparel, a collection of premium clothing by 10-time world champion Roger Gracie.
I do love a gi match.
Yeah, I mean, Marco is very much, he's been very responsible for a lot of the top competitors coming out of the UK in the last few years. As you said, Dan, a huge school in Fight Zone. I think he's like the head, is he the head of Checkmate Europe as well?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. And like a very, very solid competitor in his own right as well. Looking to get that grip and come up on the single leg. Andy doing a good job of shutting it down.
I mean, this is a great match between two guys who have both had a massive impact on jiu-jitsu in the UK.
Yeah, very much so.
Immediately seeing some nice guard work. Looking to go on, trying to grab on the feet there is Marco, and he uses the panic there to take top position.
If I remember correctly, when we saw him last in the gear, just beautiful side-to-side passing. I mean, that was quite a while ago. But yeah, it was just really dynamic and really nice. And Checkmate are kind of known for that as well.
Yes.
Yeah, Andy just setting up that lasso. Looks like he's trying to like get that off balance over towards his left, but Marco just shuts it down and goes into the long step position. And then looking at stepping his leg free. Andy going into the belt grip. And then trying to work into his close guard. Nice little bump on top.
Beautiful.
Needs to be mindful of the toe hold, though.
Yeah, you can keep seeing Marco reaching, just grabbing over the knuckles of the foot there.
Yeah, and then using that to come back up on top is Marco. And he needs to be careful because he is essentially passed if Marco decides to long step out of it.
Potentially trying to break this grip off using his hand.
Yeah. Again, Marco dropping down to the long step. Good, gets the shoulder position here. You can use this to pummel his hand, but he does need to be very aware that there's still that leg grip, so he doesn't have great balance behind him. You see Andy's trying to like offset his balance.
Very nicely done by Marco, secures that side control.
Into the old school 100 kilos.
7 kilos.
That's trying to turn him over. Nice little bit of recovery from Andy, trying to get back to his guard.
Very nice recovery there. Yeah, it looked like Marco was trying to roll him over and get a little bit of back exposure there, but the space created allows Andy to get back into a guard.
Marco just calling him on to make a grip. It looks like Marco may be trying to transition that grip across. Andy trying to shut into close guard.
I mean, if I'm Andy, I'd love, you know, in the gi, the close guard, many options from there.
However, we were discussing this earlier, like, you know, when you get to a high level, it can be really hard to shut up the close guard, you know, people don't want to be there.
That's it, with good reason, you know, it's one of the first things I teach, like, do not concede the close guard position, it's just going to be problems.
Marco working to step over this knee. And
nice long step again from Marco. Beautiful. And now Marco, who's got that front headlock, could look to transition around towards the back.
You've got to expect he's going to try and come around to the back here. Is Andy going to be able to react fast enough?
Well,
probably going to sit back into the guard.
Yeah, Andy's nice job from
looks
Andy.
To takes top position there. And Kanya concedes that, what is essentially a sweep or a wrestle up, you could call it there.
Yeah.
You think he was in guard, he goes to pass, he goes belly down into...
He definitely wouldn't get any points for it.
No.
But
good thing there's no points on Polaris.
That's right. But yeah, he did give up top position. It looked like Andy just blocked the back, the transition towards the back with the arm and then recovered. Now, that grip that Marco's got, he could potentially use it to set up like a loop choke. So Andy needs to be very mindful of that. Now, Andy forcing him into like a deep half, which is interesting. Marco switching off to the waiter sweep. Nice job from Marco. Can use this to come up towards the X guard and then into that toe hold again, and if he wants.
Talking about.
Oh, beautiful.
Triangle.
Throws the legs up for the triangle here.
Excellent.
He switches to the wrong side. It still works this side.
Great.
We call this the wrong side, but for me, this is one of the strongest positions because it allows you to get tight even when the arm's not across. He's pulling down on the head. He thinks he has the submission here. From the way that Andy's reacting, I'm not sure that it's quite on, but a great position for Marco to be in.
This is also a great position to like move that arm across, because when you're locked, you know, you can fight to get that arm across without losing losing position.
I think he's going to transition across towards the omoplata from here. The way that he's holding
that would be a risky move. I like this position for Marco. He's trying to get some extra pressure, driving the fist into the neck.
And he's going to step his legs over, it looks like.
If I'm Marco, I'm looking to keep that posture broken and switch to the right side there and start to try and get some pressure on.
Oh,
nice sweep.
Top position, there's the switch.
We're back up on, yeah.
And they're fully off the mat here. It's going to be interesting to see what, if anything, this is tight.
Yeah, it is tight, and now he's pulling down.
He's pulling on the head. He's scrambling to try and get those hands off the head. You know that downward pressure on the head is affecting him. He wouldn't be fighting it otherwise.
Now Marco's going to switch across.
And there's the break.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, and they have to relock in a triangle.
Surely not.
No, surely. Oh, we should have had a drag or a carry. I think they've just called a referee. Marco has a little bit of a cut on his head.
Okay.
Sorry, not the referee, the medic.
The paramedics.
Yep. But this, I mean, to a certain extent, this kind of works in Andy's favor. We typically don't get a position locked up as tight. Gives him a little bit of chance to catch his breath.
That's a fully looked off triangle. I mean,
is it possible that they could stand them back up? Which, again, isn't ideal.
I don't know. I mean, if we were under IBJF rules, then it's 2 points, and you restart in the center. But I'm not even sure Marco knew he was bleeding. Like, how many times
they're starting them from standing? They're starting them from standing.
On the head. Oh.
So what that is going to mean is basically that second round is 100% gone to Marco.
Yeah.
But it is a shame, you know. That was a match-ending position realistically.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely does bring Andy back into this.
It brings Andy very much back into this.
Andy trying to pressure through. Marco switching off to that single leg X position.
I wonder if we're going to watch Marco try and
this is the same
hit
setup
the exact same setup he did before.
Yeah.
Has Andy learned from that?
Well, it looks like he's keeping, well, he was keeping control of that leg. Now Marco switches through. That's the setup there.
Yeah.
You see Andy didn't push back in this time, but instead he's going to give up the sweep.
Beautiful sweep there.
Yeah. And then Marco closing that space a little bit into the over-under.
The first half of this match was really, really close. It was really back and forth.
Yeah.
And Marco seems to be taking a little bit more control as he goes on.
Toe hold attempt here.
Yeah, forcing Andy to defend. Now into the knee bar toe hold position. Using it to come on top. Andy kind of wrestling back up into top position.
Andy putting up a good fight. A really good fight.
Yeah.
Into the final round.
Nice little repummel by Marco. Needs to be as good. Might get that kind of back roll sweep if Andy pressures forwards too much.
Andy just managed to get over that knee, but Marco did a really good job of like switching his hips, which allowed his knee to come back into play.
Andy doing a good job of sort of dominating the grips in top position here. Not allowing Marco to take control.
His lasso as well is quite good. He's got he did have the knee towards Andy's shoulder and the foot towards the hip, which you can generate like a lot of movement with.
Nice back roll there from Marco.
Beautiful.
Straight on top and into a tight half guard as well.
What a beautiful sweep there. And what we've seen a lot in these sweep exchanges is Marco's been hitting the sweep and then Andy's been sweeping him sort of instantly right back.
Yeah.
But when you land in such a tight position like that, yeah,
there's no way.
There's
Andy
no way.
momentarily will reach that lapel over the back, which just, you know, Marco defended well. Andy trying to like a little hip bump there. Oh, nice little sweep from Andy coming up on top. Nice. Into deep half guard, and again we get that switch off into, and then back into the X again. Andy needs to be mindful of this triangle again. Marco's legs are in a much better position for it than he was a moment ago. There we see it.
Oh, into an omoplata.
Fantastic transition onto the arm area, switching onto the leg. Andy defends it nicely.
Nice job from Andy.
I gotta hand it to you guys. Nice. Exciting gi jiu-jitsu match.
Right. He is not less exciting, man.
Well, it is, but you know, you have some good matches like this, and this is certainly one of them.
There are good gi matches and there are bad.
That's true.
And
there's
no
good
gi matches
and bad
matches. Nice little roll sweep again from Marco.
But this really is a great gi match. You know, very.
It's nicely back and forth.
It's very nicely back and forth, and really nice. You know, beautiful transitions and sweeps.
Oh, finally into the close guard for Andy.
A great match there, really back and forth the entire time. For my money, Marco Cagna just edging it. Potentially in all of those rounds, certainly the second round, very close to a match-ending submission. A great performance from Andy Roberts against a fantastic competitor in Marco Cagna. And it's great to see Marco back on the competition scene.
Yeah.
Is this the triangle?
No, this is the toe hold. And then this is that nice long step from Marco. Andy tried to get like the back roll, but Marco just had a little bit too good base.
I mean,
from here,
you could probably do an almost 10-minute compilation of this match, I think. There were so many highlights.
And then this is that triangle, I think, or the omoplata, one of the two.
Yes,
yeah, just
beautiful. Look at that.
Really nice setup.
Well, we will allow our judges to decide the winner here tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the judges' scorecards, and they see it for your winner, Marco Cagna.
As expected, Marco Cagna picks up the victory tonight. Gotta hand it to Andy Roberts. A great display of jiu-jitsu from both gentlemen. Great match that was.
Yeah, really good match. Fun match in the gi. Our next match is Rosa Walsh, representing Essential Jiu-Jitsu, versus Suleiman Lowenthal from Gracie Barra.
Let's welcome, fighting in the blue corner, Rosa Walsh.
Making the walk now is Rosa Walsh McCann. Made her Polaris debut back at Polaris 25, where she picked up the Warrior of the Night award with a 23-second submission. I believe it was a scissor takedown into a heel hook, I believe. It was some mad submission anyway. I mean, one of the top female competitors in Europe. Has already competed against her opponent tonight back in 2022, where she won via decision. But she's going to be going up a very different version of Suleiman tonight. But yeah, fantastic to see Rosa back on the Polaris stage. You can see there with BFF, the women's jiu-jitsu goat, Fionn Davis, there in her corner.
And now let's welcome, fight in the red corner, Suleiman Lowenthal.
And her opponent tonight, Suleiman, just received her black belt, I think last weekend. She won the 2024 ADCC trials. I believe it was the Asia and Oceania trials that she won, competed at ADCC this year. I mean, very, very young. How old is she, Vanessa?
26, 27, I think.
26. Oh, not as young as I thought. Still pretty young, though, but she is, I mean, we've seen her compete on shows and in IPJGF. Very, very high-level athlete. She's got that incredible guard, long limbs.
Let's get the action started. Our next bout is in the featherweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She stands 5 feet 5 inches tall, official weight 64.6 kilos. Representing Essential Jiu-Jitsu from Ireland, let's welcome Rosa Walsh. And now let's welcome her opponent, fighting in the red corner. She stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, official weight 66.5 kilos. Representing Gracie Barra from England, Suleiman Lowenthal.
Sula straight into a guillotine. And this is, for Rosa, you don't want to be in Suleiman's closed guard.
Yeah, into an arm in closed guard guillotine there, and quite a hard variation to finish, but the length of Suleiman, you can see already able to lock off a body triangle from the guard here.
She's super aggressive every time she competes, isn't she?
Yeah, and the thing is with this body lock, like a lot of people might consider it as you know, some way you can't really attack from.
It's almost a stalling position, but Sula does attack from
yeah,
she tries to get around to the back, right?
Yeah, but also to the mirror lock.
She's still hunting this this guillotine. I'd like to see her unlock that body triangle and maybe even go to a standing position.
There's Rosa trying to move off to the head and arm position. It's an interesting question. Who's this more tiring for? Rosa standing up tall or
I would say Sula.
I think probably Sula, because Rosa is putting the pressure down on her now. You know, so she's having to work against gravity, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Sula might be kind of trying to find the right time to come down and wrestle. However, I don't think I'd want to wrestle with Rosa.
Still trying to, yeah, Rosa known for good wrestling, top position.
Yeah, this is
a great position.
She's trying to push from here. I mean, the angle doesn't really look like it's on the front of the neck here, and Rosa's not really fighting the hands, making me think that the guillotine isn't particularly on. I mean, that is an interesting choice to try and escape this here, trying to get that foot on the inside.
I mean, if she can do it, if she's got that flexibility, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but I'm not really sure how that helps in this situation. You just
sniffing your feet.
Let's trap another limb here. I mean, the only thing that I could think, if she's able to create some space, she can instantly go into a leg entanglement. But
yeah, we see Jack Sear do this all the time.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the more interesting. There you go. I mean, the legs are released here. The foot's on the inside. She's going to try and get that outside heel hook position.
Yeah, Sula actually pushed it in, I think, to that, which is an interesting choice. And that's Sula working on this. Now,
a few interesting choices so far. Wow, very interesting.
Yeah, I'd say that's a better choice. Now, going up against this double wrap, Zola just powering over the top. No, sorry, Rosa powering over the top.
You can see the power in Sula's hips right now, just pinning
And this is a savage position as well, being like twisted over like this.
Yeah.
These are the sort of positions you only see in women's grappling. Men's spines do not quite turn in the same way.
I think it's Gino Martino who has Martinez has like a submission from this position, basically.
And Zola fighting to get this elbow across. Like, this is what's saving Rosa at the moment from not having her back taken. Although it's certainly going to expose her arm.
Yeah.
I mean, Zola May has Rosa's back and mount at the same time.
Is that 8 points in Jiu-Jitsu? I don't know. Going back to the mount again.
And Rosa immediately looking to grab that foot and set it back on the inside there.
Nice, Zola trying to get that arm high again. You can see they were using that single wrap.
Zola just absolutely relentless. Rosa has not managed to get really any momentum into this match so far at all.
Yeah.
I mean, defensively, she's doing very, very well. I mean, these crazy...
yeah. I mean, that grip is now forcing Zola to lift up a little bit, create space.
Complete disregard for her own knees there.
It looks like she's now reaching inside to go, like, push her off, which I think is a terrible idea because she's going to get triangled.
Zola very, very heavy with the hip pressure here on top of mount.
Yeah, it looks like she's got that single arm coming up. Now Rosa's in a better position.
Still going.
She can go towards the leg with this.
And there she goes. She creates the space. She's in the heel hook position.
On the heel hook. Catches that knee as well.
The knee line is clear.
Yep.
She's going to use this to try and get on top. Zola looking like she was going to grab onto her leg here.
And now Rosa's up on top. Now Zula's back towards the leg again.
For the first time, we really see in this match Rosa having the space and ability to actually start playing a little bit of her own offensive jiu-jitsu.
That's interesting. We are actually, like, you know, into the second round as well.
Yeah, I mean, first round undoubtedly goes to Zola.
Yeah, I have no idea when we...
Be careful of the triangle.
And the triangle's locked off.
To the armbar.
She slipped the head here.
And she's lost the arm as well.
Very, very nice.
Zula's going back towards the leg. She's trapped that leg now. She could go into the fishnet, which we haven't seen in, like, a while, because Shane Fishman's not been...
I was going to say, since...
But this is essentially the position, and if she gets it, it's a very tricky position to escape. The thing that's stopping her is... Rosa just really driving that head over.
Halfway through the match, and it's been a really exciting,
really interesting
bizarre
match,
right? For lack of a better word.
Nice, and now Zula's almost on the back. Needs to be careful of the knee bar.
Yeah, Rosa's really committed to that.
Oh, she's on the neck.
Oh, she's underneath the neck there.
The neck for the leg.
Oh, this is a bad position for Rosa. Really bad position.
Zula is squeezing, gets the submission.
Oh.
Wow.
Very dominant performance there from Zola May.
She started out super aggressive. She started very strong. Rosa, defensively, very, very good throughout the match. Started to come into her own a little bit as she escaped position. But as she was trying to, I think it looked like she was trying to reach down for a leg there.
And Zola just jumped on that.
Super aggressive on that neck and is able to get the finish.
Wow.
Let's look at some replays. So Zola jumped straight onto this guillotine, which was absolutely incredible.
I mean, this is the thing. I mean, a brand new black belt, just one of the most exciting grapplers that you're going to see.
Yeah, such a very close attempt to triangle.
Oh, this is a beautiful attempt.
Yeah.
Zola just did a great job of reacting and then
this rear naked choker, you know, the head completely turned to the side, absolutely brutal.
What a match. Oh, Zula's getting quite emotional here, bless him.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner by tap out due to a rear naked choke, Zola May Lowenthal.
A great win for Zola May.
Is that her black belt debut as well?
That is her black belt debut a week after getting it. Takes out one of the top women in Europe. And I'm looking forward to seeing Zola back on the Polaris stage. I know that there's rumors of potentially of a women's squad event, so maybe Zola for the women's squad, who knows? I may have already said too much.
Our next match is Kieran Kichuk fighting from Canada versus Carson Coles out of Roger Gracie, Bristol.
Let's welcome, fighting in the blue corner, Kieran Kichuk.
Making his Polaris debut tonight is Kieran Kichuk, competing out of the B team, all the way over from Canada. Recently picked up a bronze at Nogi Euros, and I mean, Nogi Euros has become such a massive tournament these days. We're really seeing some fantastic athletes. So medaling at Nogi Euros is no easy feat at all. I mean, a serious competitor is Kieran. I think not a huge amount of people, potentially, especially in Europe, have heard of him, but this guy is a legit competitor. He holds wins over the likes of Ellis Younger, who we're going to be seeing on the main card tonight, Harrison Woods, Nick Ronan, you know, some real tough competitors that we've seen on Polaris before. So it's great to see him here, finally, on the Polaris stage.
And now let's welcome, fighting in the red corner, Carson Coles.
And his opponent tonight, once again returning to Polaris, is Carson Coles, representing Roger Gracie Academy, Bristol. Undoubtedly one of the most exciting up-and-coming prospects in the UK grappling scene. Just 22 years old, at brown belt currently, but world-class skills. We've seen him multiple times on Polaris, debut back at Polaris 20. Last competed on the previous event, Polaris 29, where he had a fantastic submission win over Claudio Brundi. He's really stepping up to take on his biggest test so far tonight against Kieran Kichuk.
Let's get the action started. Our next bout is in the welterweight division, scheduled for 10 minutes. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, official weight 76.5 kilos. Representing B Team Action and Reaction MMA. From Canada, let's welcome Kieran Kichuk. And now let's welcome his opponent, fighting in the red corner. He stands 6 feet tall, official weight 76.5 kilos. Representing Roger Gracie, Bristol. From England, Carson Coles.
Polaris is sponsored by the UK BJJA, the national governing body for UK BJJ, driving progress and opportunities in all areas of UK Jiu-Jitsu.
Immediate garble there from Kieran.
Yeah, I mean, Carson has such a unique sort of jiu-jitsu body shape where he's just able to get those limbs on the inside. I mean, fantastic, very, very good pass, got good guard, but, you know, Darces and Anacondas and stuff like that is quite obviously going to be bread and butter for someone with these sort of limbs.
Yeah.
Kieran, expect to see him with some very, very good leg lock entries here. I think that's the thing that Carson's going to be having to look out for.
Yeah, I mean, Kieran's already done a good job of like kind of off-balancing Carson. And now he's switching through. Nice job. Carson did a great job of pulling out.
Yeah, very, very technical grappler is Kieran. You can see his Instagram at Lock and Strangle if you want to go and see some of it. He puts out some great technique videos. If you're seeing some good jits tonight and you want to go and find out how to do that. But I've seen Carlsen compete quite a bit. We've seen him a couple of times on Polaris. I've seen him on some other shows, and I mean, he's really just kind of walked through everyone. And I think this is the first time we're really seeing him go up against another world-class athlete.
Yeah.
So he's like constantly keeping his weight back, so that Kieran can't kind of come on underneath.
Kieran doing a good job managing the distance though as well, just keeping Carlsen at the space that he wants him to.
Aggressive face pushing there.
I mean, this is one of those awkward guard positions, this knee shield guard position where they're, you know.
Kieran driving through towards the false sweep. And now Kieran's almost on it. Great recapturing of the knee there. He's doing a good job of holding the bottom of that leg. And spiraling through, and it looks like he's on the heel.
Yeah.
Carlsen's forced to roll.
For his inside heel hooks, I think, Kieran.
Yeah. I mean,
I think I counted 10 rolls there.
Yeah. It's kind of ridiculous, but it is what you've got to kind of do to get out of the position, keep that movement going.
And I think this is...
And they're going to restart.
This is going to be, you know, one of the big... You know, this is going to be one of the things that Carlsen has to look out for. He's got those long legs, and Kieran is a fantastic leg lock specialist. I mean, the way that he kept on exposing that heel every time he rolled.
Yeah, it was really beautiful. I mean, Carlsen did a good thing of actually trying to pass towards the opposite side, and Kieran immediately shut it down and went back to this knee shield on his right.
And the problem is, of course, the fear of those leg entanglements can stop someone who is usually quite a confident passer, can take some of that confidence out of the pass, and you end up, you know, not really playing your A game. And
it's kind of, it looks like it's almost happening here. Carlsen's been way more...
I'm not surprised,
like cautious of entering into the positions, you know. Nice little step over to that far side again.
You know, and you can, whereas you would usually chain passes together, you know, you go to knee cut and then you would try to switch to something else. When you have someone who's so dangerous on the legs underneath, you enter, and if you don't immediately get that pass, you disengage again to make sure you can sort of reset.
Yeah, Carlsen did a good job jumping over. Kieran just kind of waited so that he could re-tie up the legs though. And again, we're back onto this side that he's been favoring. You see him switching off towards that false sweep again.
Yep.
Pummeling inside. Ties up that leg.
There's the entry, locked him very nicely there. And again, Carlsen forced the roll.
I would like if the referee would have restarted them then, back in that position.
That particular signage has had a rough time.
Yeah. That's a different one. They've actually switched it out for the ungentle one, I think.
Oh, that one already died.
Yeah.
I mean, those particular seats there are great. They keep on getting, the small obstruction of their view keeps on getting taken away.
Nice job there by Carlsen going side to side. I think Keith just waiting and then looking to pounce on those legs.
Oh, beautiful. Nice. Inversion straight up into a triangle attempt there. Kieran looking so comfortable in that sort of loose north-south position.
Beautiful
back in
connection
on the leg.
from side to side. And they're in the middle of the mat this time. So now we just need to get some heel exposure. Carlsen's being very disciplined with hiding that heel at the moment.
I'd love to see a little bit more attempts of some more straight leg locks that don't allow Carlsen to roll his way out of it. I think that's the thing.
He's got that heel exposure. He has the
and the hip extension goes on.
That's a good position here.
Nice job from Carlsen.
Carlsen reaches down with those long limbs and is able to pull off that forearm from the that heel bite.
Kieran dropping back towards the heel again. cameraman is already moving out of the way, which is wise.
Now we're in danger, though.
Yeah.
Carlson trying to untangle the legs there, to free the leg. And again, back into the center.
Yeah. 3.5 minutes left to go.
So far, Carlson been unable to get really any of his real offensive work off here.
Yeah, Keith's doing a great job of framing. And
I mean, fantastic guard work, and the entries have been sublime, to be honest.
Yeah,
I mean, Carlson's defensive work on the legs has been excellent.
Yeah, the transition from like side to side, you know, leg lock entanglements, it was just beautiful. That last one was really nice. Carlson momentarily kind of tied up the head, but again, we see Keith just capture that foot. Can't quite maintain it this time. Sorry, Kieran.
We need to take his knees side to side. He's comfortable when he passes his knee line. We need to go side to side between knees and feet.
We do, of course, have another alliterated Keith later on tonight with Keith Krikorian on our main card, taking on Jed Hue. Yeah, that's right.
Nice little off balance by Keith. Kieran.
It's been a long night for you already, Tom. I understand. We've had a lot of prelims.
16 matches in, right?
Prelim number 16. Bringing you a whole load of action. We've had a great night of prelims as well. There really has been some fantastic matches tonight. Dare I say it, even some good matches in the gi.
Yeah.
Never thought I'd say it. I know. I'm a changed man.
You're just getting older, Dan. That's
I know.
You start to enjoy the gi more.
Oh, I'm not sure. Easy, one step at a time. Just watching it for now, Tom. Just watching it for
that's
now.
how it gets you. It gets you with like, oh, it's okay. And then like, oh, now I'm a gi purist.
Oh, God. Nauseous.
Oh, nice little push to half guard there from Carson. It does look like he's getting a little bit deeper into the passing positions.
Well, I think perhaps Carson's getting a little bit more confident in his ability to escape these leg locks.
Yeah, true. I mean, he was in a pretty deep.
He was in a really deep entanglement there, and he was able to escape it. So he's got to know that he's down 2 rounds to 1. He's got to get a submission, and I think he can start pushing the pace here. And those long arms, you know, Carson is very dangerous. He's very dangerous at all times. I mean, he's young. He's 22. You know, this guy's going to have energy to go 10 minutes and the rest. And if he can dive on that upper body and shoot through for, get those long arms into a Bravo or an Anaconda position, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, he is doing a really nice job of hiding that heel when he gets into these positions. You can see him just turning it away. He's trying to pull the legs over the top.
If you can find an outside heel or content, now's the time.
Now, Keith looks like he almost.
Kieran.
Sorry, Kieran, yeah. I'm sorry, Kieran.
You're going to be talking about Kieran Krikorian later on, aren't you?
I know.
I mean, it really has been one-way traffic in terms of actual attacks. You know, he really has been trying to pass the guard, but...
I mean, this is going to give Carson, he's been in these deep entanglements with, an amazing leg locker in Kieran, and he's survived.
I mean, this is it. You know, Carson Coles is a brown belt, a 22-year-old brown belt out of the UK, who's throwing down with some of the best guys in the world and not looking out of place at all. No. Yes, he's not been able to solve the puzzle so far. And with 30 seconds left, I'm not sure he will. He's not able to solve the puzzle that is Kieran Kichuk, but he doesn't look out of place at all, and he's been put in some very, very deep, dangerous positions, and it hasn't fazed him. I think Kieran's going to have one more attempt on this leg.
Yeah, he's trying to Carson's trying to separate those feet again, free himself up. Good job getting out of it, repummeling his legs, working towards his own attack now. Kieran coming up on top.
Oh. I mean, the first submission attempt from Carson Coles comes within the last 2 seconds of the match. A great match. Kieran Kichuk with his Polaris debut, taking on one of the hottest prospects out of the UK. We can pretty much assume which way this is going to go. It was the incredible guard work, the guard retention, and the submission attempts, especially on the lower body. There was a nice little upper body, triangle armbar attempt there. But a great performance, and I look forward to seeing Kieran back on the Polaris stage, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, that was the deepest submission. Very, very deep heel hook attempt. Great performance from both guys, in all honesty.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the judges' scorecards, and they see it for your winner, Kieran Kitchuk.
As expected, Kieran Kitchuk taking the victory via decision here tonight. And that's it, 16 prelims in the bag. The longest prelims we've ever had on Polaris, and it warms us up for one of the best main cards that you'll see this year. We will catch you And as I was saying, we've got a fantastic main card for you in just a little bit. We're going to be starting off with Philip Geyer taking on ADCC European champion Owen O'Flanagan. We have Dante Leon making his Polaris debut. I am so excited for this one, taking on one of the top guys in Europe, Ellis Younger. We have Cameron Elsey taking on Nathaniel Wood. Keith Krikorian taking on Jed Hue. That's going to be a fun match. We then have the women's title match. Nia Blackman taking on Helena Cravar. And then our main event tonight, Carlos Condit is going to be taking on Michael Venom Page. I can't wait. Guys, I look forward to seeing you in a little bit where we're going to be starting the main card for Polaris 30.